Well, it's very nice to be here. I've been asked to sing a verse and chorus of a little marching song of mine the boys adopted more or less during the war. I don't have to tell you I'm not much of a vocalist, but I'll do the best I can with it. So we'll just imagine for the moment we're back in 1917 and the orders from the front. Forward march, Doctor. Johnny, get your gun, get your gun, get your gun. Take it on the run, on the run, on the run. Hear them calling, you and me, every son of liberty. Hurry right away, don't delay, go today. Make your daddy glad to have had such a lad. And tell your sweetheart not to pine, to be proud her boys in line. Over there, send the word over there, that the Yanks are coming, the Yanks are coming, the drums coming everywhere. So prepare, say a prayer, send the word to beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over there. Say a prayer, send the word to beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Matt Yancic. I am the founder and I am the head game master of Manufactured Myth and Ledger Domain, and welcome to episode 18 of the Fierce Brood. And this may very well be the final episode, at least of this season. We are an RPG actual play of historic fiction. So in each episode, we like to blend actual locations and actual events and actual historic figures from Boston from 1918 with our own fictional story and our own fictional characters. So for those of you that are watching and listening carefully, you might notice quite a few historic Easter eggs planted throughout the story. So if you do, don't be afraid to speak up in the chat. It's all a part of the fun. And as always, I am joined by my second favorite group of friends of all time. I'm not going to say who's my first, second, and third, and fourth favorite out of this group of second favorite friends. That's always a secret. It's like which child is your favorite. You will never reveal. But for tonight, let's have my buddies introduce themselves and their characters to you. And Frank, why don't we start off with you? Tell us a little bit about who you're playing tonight.
I'm playing Frank Murphy. I'm big and I shoot things.
Excellent. I think after 17 episodes, it can safely be said that your character is big and they shoot things. I think that there's just no doubt about that. Next up, let's go with my other buddy down here, Jared. Jared, can you tell us a little something about who you are playing tonight?
Sure. Thomas Brandon Dietrich, usually goes by TBD. I'm a graceful explorer who learns quickly. And very upset that Priscilla got away.
Yes. She may or may not have gotten away. We don't quite know that. We'll figure that out as we go. It appears that she may have. Next up, let's talk to my good buddy James down here, but not too good. If he were a good buddy, he's the second goodest buddy type. Anyway, James, who are you playing for tonight?
I'm playing Vesper Evenwing, a skeptical speaker who keeps a magical ally, a tiny little cat named Mars, who just appears sometimes for funsies.
Wow.
Uh,
Do you
yeah.
do you
And
not
I am
use?
playing.
Mhm.
Huh?
Well, I was going to say, do you not use spaces between your words as you speak? No.
No. Period.
Okay.
But I'm happy to be playing here in the game, and just like friends and other players, you don't say who your favorite GM is, so I certainly won't say that there.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Why would it come up here?
Why would it come up? Because it would never it never would. I mean, if you were talking about your second favorite GM, that might come up.
Then clearly.
That's all.
Yeah, let's just talk all about your second favorite GM. And last but not least, let me hook my thumb in the general direction of another one of my good buddies. Steve, can you tell us a little something about who you are playing for tonight's game?
I am portraying Ezekiel Z. Brewster, who is an exiled adept, a seminarian who discovered that he's growing in immense magical powers that he doesn't understand. And as of last episode, found out that his mentor may possibly be his greatest enemy, and he may have killed her. So he's still trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, and that is, of course, related and tied into the Priscilla idea here, which we'll get to in just a moment. So thank you guys very much for introducing your characters. But now let's get back to our story. So in prior episodes of the Fierce Brood, our four heroes of 1918 Boston found themselves entangled in an intradimensional conflict between the New England Society for the Preservation of Antiquities and a rival organization called Watch and Ward. So after battling a member of Watch and Ward by the name of Harold Coatsworth III, our heroes escaped to a strange and warped version of Boston called Tremontaine, in a world filled with odd and exotic creatures called Vagaver. So there they encountered the actual Mark Twain, the writer, who revealed himself as one of the key members of the New England Society for the Preservation of Antiquities. So then they were tasked with locating and possibly eliminating Harold Coatsworth III. Our heroes investigated Boston's Sunshine House, a home for wayward children, which they suspected to be connected to Coatsworth and Watch and Ward. So there they meet Humbert Pantsman, leader of the Sunshine House and a dead ringer, in appearance for Harold Coatsworth III himself. While searching the walls of the building, however, they uncover a laboratory where it seems clones of homeless children are being fabricated. Vesper and Dietrich, on the other hand, discover that the Purity Distilling Company on the north end of Boston seems to be processing some sort of mysterious materials, some sort of chemicals, and then transporting them to and from Commonwealth Pier. So these two discoveries ultimately lead our heroes to Commonwealth Pier, where they discover that these shipments are moving back and forth between Earth and Vagaver, shipments of creatures called Exi, a chemical involved in refining encephalopowder, and, most disturbing of all, it seems that the wayward children themselves may be getting transported back and forth between Vagaver and Earth. In an impromptu assault, our heroes move into action, and they try to rescue those children at the Sunshine House. And they do actually manage, with the aid of some ghostly soldiers from the Fierce Brood, they manage to save those children, or at least wrangle very many of them. However, they also discover that shipment, that last shipment scheduled to go to Vagaver, has actually already left. And so that's where we actually catch up with our heroes, and that's where we find them tonight, awaiting, well, whatever it is that's going to happen tonight. We'll have to find out. This may be our final episode. So, at least for season 1. Gentlemen, is there anything you would like to ask about or perhaps remark on or add to my rather brief description, which I've been working on over 17 or 18 episodes? I'm trying to get them down to like under a couple minutes instead of like 5, which is what they used to be.
No, I think that was a fine recap. So where do we find ourselves now? I mean, the last I remember, I peeled the mask off of Priscilla and saw the Monsignor. And then what happened directly after that? Because I don't remember.
Would someone like to fill Steve in, or would you like me to do so? I feel like a teacher right now. I shall do so. I just got 2 fingers.
You don't get that from your students.
That's right.
You teach. You tell us what's up.
Ordinarily, I don't. You go ahead and answer your own question, teacher.
Yeah. I don't know my multiplication tables. Go for it.
Your what? Can you say that again?
Multiplication. Hey, I'm not a voice actor. I'm just on YouTube.
That's right. You're my second favorite voice actor.
Fun fact: I
on
couldn't
this
think of
program.
what 9 times 6 was the other day. So just that's where we're starting from.
Oh, wow, that's tough. Okay, well, at any rate, so at the end of our last game, the situation was basically this. You had managed to attack the 3 thugs, the 3 street thugs, and who you thought was Priscilla in the basement of the Sunshine House. You had managed to kill Priscilla, snapping her neck, and at which point the 3 thugs retreat out an escape hatch back in the...
And TBD took a pot shot at him as they were leaving.
That's
I did catch
right.
that much.
Why are we letting them go? Why are we letting them go?
That is right. He took a pot shot at them. And then at that point, that's where Z steps up to examine Priscilla's face, and it looks like there are pieces of flesh that are kind of peeling back. You end up peeling those back, and what you see is the face of the Monsignor beneath.
Right.
And just to sort of clearly establish this, you haven't sent these things off to a lab to be analyzed, but it doesn't appear as if that is a rubber mask. It appears as if it's some sort of fleshy facade that was on the Monsignor's face. And at this point, there are 2 cocoons on tables that appear to be shaking, and I believe they had actually, we can change this, they had actually fallen off and looked like they were about to burst open. With that, however, listening and looking up the stairwell that TBD takes a pot shot up, you did...
They went up the stairs to get out?
They went up...
There was a latch and a door. I didn't know there were stairs.
I had sort of imagined it being that, but it's really irrelevant to...
Okay, but it's a
story.
second staircase, not the one we're on.
I sort of imagined it being kind of like, you know how like when you have like a storm stair, like storm doors on the back of a house, and you open it up and you go from the basement up to the ground level. That's how I had pictured it, because you were in the basement, and I imagined them running up the stairs to flee. But with that said, you heard the sounds of engines turning over, revving, headlights, and then the last sound you heard were the sounds of those vehicles rolling out from behind the Sunshine House and probably heading towards, I would imagine, Commonwealth Pier, but I can't really say. And I want to remind everybody that there are actually dozens of children being protected by dozens of children being protected by the soldiers who have managed to wrangle them into one of the alleyways beside the building. So at this point, it's kind of up to you guys. I mean, more questions about where we are at?
No, but I would like to communicate with, what was it, Taylor?
Taylor, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Taylor.
And say, Taylor, did you find Pantsman?
Taylor comes back to you, And you can kind of feel it now. This is the interesting thing, is that you don't so much hear him now as you get used to the usage of this octocom. You're starting to actually feel emotions. And what you feel is a head shake as he tells you no, there was no one in the building. And he also tells you that something strange was going on with the children. It was as if they were being used to watch out for any possible invaders. And quite a few of them, according to Taylor, were in some sort of a trance. We'll say 13 of them, lucky 13, are in a trance. And he asks what your orders are and what you wanted to do about the trucks.
Can a couple of your guys follow them?
You get, again, that sense that there's a feeling here, and they just nod and they say, absolutely, we could follow them.
Yeah, let's tail them for now and see where they go.
And so you get that sense again that he's barking orders to a couple of his men, and they're probably like the origami shadows that they are, folding up on themselves, leaping into the shadows, and then chasing after them. And he says that, would you like to pursue them or just simply follow them? And
I think
I want to let everybody know at home that I'm having some trouble with my microphone. And at this point, if there are any audio issues, it's probably because something is up with my microphone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Now we can. You blinked out for
The only problem that I'm having right now is apparently you guys can hear me just fine, but every time that I hear you speaking very slowly, and it's basically in a kind of, well, it's a bit of a mess. So the problem right now is that I am streaming, and I think that the stream is going out with a distorted audio. So maybe if one of you guys could check that for me.
Ezekiel just sounded like Jabba. Matt's stream is fine, but everyone else's is kind of...
I don't know. The problem is that I absolutely... Oh. The stream is fine. Matt is fine. Everyone is bad. So let me ask this then. You gentlemen can hear me. And when you listen to the stream is crystal clear. Can you hear yourselves crystal clear? So Frank is telling me no. So I'm a little at a loss as to what to do. We were actually having tech issues before this episode began. And so now what I'm worried about is this is the third time in the last hour or so that this has actually happened. All my connections are fine. Yes, someone, Vesper has just remarked, well, James has just remarked that I sound, non-Matt voices sound like Zool.
There is no Dana, only Zool.
I guess what we're gonna try to do then is perhaps we'll take a 10-minute break. I will continue streaming, and I'm going to see if I can restart our Zoom call. And I'm going to check my connections. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to apologize for this. This should be our last, I think should be our last episode, but tech issues are giving us a hard time. I'm going to give us a 10-minute break. You're going to see a little intermission screen come up. It's the same one that you see every episode. And then hopefully in those 10 minutes, I will be able to fix our tech issues. So for now, we're going to go to break. I hope to be back. And if this doesn't work, I will at least come back on the stream and I'm going to let people know what's going on. So let's see what's going on. We will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. So I want to apologize for that. I believe that essentially what I had was a bad connection somewhere. And for that reason, we were getting a very distorted audio. But we just took the 10-minute break to fix that up. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be A-okay for the rest of the evening. I actually think this is really good. We've had 18 episodes. And how many tech issues have we had? One. Just this one. That was it. I think we did really good. I mean, there are other guys, other people that will come on and like in their first show, they can't even start on time. We've had one, so I'm pretty happy. And the only other one that we had was when all of YouTube went out. That wasn't my fault. Right. That was not my fault. That night was not my fault, I promise. So at any rate, we are back. Thank you for being patient. Sorry about that. Hopefully audio will be A-okay for the rest of the evening. This should be our very last episode, at least of season 1. So I'm so sorry. At that moment, you were either asking a question, you were asking for clarification, and I've forgotten what that was about. Maybe you don't remember either.
Who was that?
All right, so that's fine.
That was like 10 minutes ago.
I know. That was a whole 10 minutes ago. That was before the break. I don't know what's going on now. So at any rate, at this point, the trucks have moved out. They are presumably on the way to Commonwealth Pier. You've asked for a couple of men to follow the trucks, and Taylor has asked you if you don't want to pursue and you just simply want to follow. He's also reported that there's been some odd behavior with the children. 13 of the children seem to be in some sort of odd trance. And now he's essentially awaiting your orders and awaiting to find out what you're about to do.
I think we should pursue, but before we do that, what's the status with these cocoons?
The cocoons at this point are rocking back and forth, and looking at them, it looks like there's something inside of them that's twitching and moving.
We should find out what's inside of it. And I snap open a jackknife. Just looking at the guys. I'm not cutting anything yet. But I also want to remind everybody, we just need to know where those vehicles are. We have our encephalo powder that we can use to catch up with them quite easily.
Yeah, you should at least, each one of you should probably have 1 or maybe even 2 doses of encephalo powder left at this point. Right. So I'm willing to give you that because we never quite established how many you had, but for the sake of excitement in our final episode for season 1.
Should we see what's in these things?
Yeah. I have a feeling there's skin dogs in there.
It's only one way to find out. I'm going to step up to one and slice it open with my pocket knife.
So stepping up to the nearest one, you slide the knife easily into the membranous skin of the cocoon, and then you begin to slice back and forth. And as you do, there is a very thick kind of gel-like substance that pops out and begins to bleed over onto the cement, or I should say actually onto the dirt floor. And as this happens, this slit becomes larger and larger until, like an egg, like a soft shell egg, the cocoon cracks open and the guts of the thing begin to spill out across the ground, and you need to take a few steps back as it sort of like swims over your boots. Do you want to continue? Because as it's popping open, there's this steam that rises as it meets the cool basement air. And you can see something inside of it, some sort of movement of something twitching.
I'm just going to step back from the ichor, lest I get too sticky.
Stepping back all of you, and I mean, you're just going to watch this happen?
I'm halfway up the stairs.
You're like ready to go.
You go first.
So
Yeah, let's sit and watch.
stepping away, what you see is a kind of malformed hand reach out of the cocoon and then lean forward, and the entire weight of it kind of causes it to list completely. And just a gallons of ooze out, and you can smell it now. And what you realize is that the smell is something you've smelled before. It's the encephalopowder, like a fine distillation of it. And it's almost sweet, like a tobacco. And then crawling out is what looks like some two-legged, two-armed, humanoid-ish creature. No hair, no nothing, really. No clothing. Covered in this gelatinous ooze, it begins to crawl forward and then collapse with a grunt. And then the hand reaches out, sliding across the basement floor, sliding for the top of your boot, Murphy. And then it stops. And you can just see it breathing in and out.
You guys know what this is?
No.
Can you
No clue.
use some of your magic or whatever to determine? It's humanoid.
And we haven't seen this type of creature before yet?
Looking at it, it's covered in this goo. And it's hard to sort of see what it is, but to be honest, it looks female and human.
How old does it look?
Looking at the skin as you step up to it, I mean, what's odd is that it's the size of maybe, an adult female, but it's got the skin of like a newborn child. But it's hard to really say. It's face down. It begins to wheeze. Shudders.
Well, if it's face down, I will actually, since I'm closest, I will reach down, grasp it by what I suppose to be a shoulder, and gently try to flip it over.
As you start to flip it over,
roll initiative.
Yeah, roll initiative.
I got a 12.
What you get is a face full of what are almost like tiny shards of ice as it explodes out from not the face of this female creature, but from the area surrounding it. And the goo just flash freezes and fires upward at you. And it does no real damage to you at all. But then one of the arms of this creature swings toward you, and you're looking into the face of Priscilla.
It's one of those doubles.
And I want to remind everyone that there is a second cocoon a few feet away that is also kind of like moving. And now it's moaning and just
I think I've seen enough. Z, you want to burn these suckers?
My fear is who the host body is under there. Priscilla was the Monsignor. Maybe there's innocence underneath. I don't know.
And now it's just sort of flailing, and And it kind of reminds you, Murphy, you've seen this in your time as a police officer. The life is draining out of this creature.
It's dying.
It's dying, and that's like kind of like its last gasp in a way. It's going to be dead soon unless you try to get it to a hospital or...
I can't imagine being interested in.
I will use a cipher.
Okay, cool.
Ooh.
I like this.
I have tissue regeneration,
Nice.
and I will try to heal this thing.
I like it. Okay. Tell me how it. What's the first of all? What is the level? And just to remind you, you usually roll a 1d6 plus.
I don't think that we ever rolled a level for it
That's fine.
because I don't have that written down, but I can.
No problem. Roll a 1d6 and we'll add 2, just for the sake of speed.
Roll a 1d6.
Yeah.
Of course, I only have a d20 here, but that's okay. I can get it from my phone. I thought this was the cipher system. What's this d6
I
nonsense?
know. What do I need a d6 for? Well, it does. That's the odd thing. Is it does need d6, 2d10, and a d20.
Let's see. I've got my dice bag here,
Mm-hmm.
and I rolled a 6, so it's a level 8.
We'll say it's a level 8.
Wow.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna say in this particular case, it just whatever this thing does, it just instantly works. Now, tell me what I can look it up for you, but
Tissue regeneration, I think it's specific to
Mhm.
cipher system wound rolls, like
Yeah.
wound status. So I don't know what state this creature was in.
I got good
But-
news for you. The tissue regeneration cipher is 1d6 plus 4, so it's a level 10.
Oh, wow, even better. So I've healed this thing so it could kill us.
Well, here's
Thank
the
you.
thing. This is supposed to be used by you, but we can say that it is you apply it towards the creature.
Okay.
So this essentially will, for the next hour, the user regains 1 point lost to damage per round, up to a total number of points equal to twice the cipher's level. So up to 20 points, because that's what you rolled.
Mhm.
And it's per round, right? So essentially, this is just going to be like every 6 seconds or so, because you're not in combat at this point. So I'm going to just say that this regenerates it. Tell us how this works. How do you apply it to the creature? It is now shaking. You can kind of see that it looks like, it's grasping at Frank, but it's more of a weak sort of half-hearted grasp. Its eyes are rolling back. How do you help this creature?
So I imagine that the cipher is some kind of maybe like a balm or a salve of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
And so I open up the bottle and kind of apply it to the creature.
Sure. And as you do so, as you apply it, you can see it sinking in and actually forming almost like a gloss, like a colored kind of gloss on the creature. And then it just suddenly sinks into and through its translucent skin. And because this thing is essentially newborn, it's particularly susceptible to it. And as this happens, it begins to hack and cough and move. And it actually rolls away from Murphy, and it starts clawing and punching at itself until it lands into a corner and then begins clawing at its skin. And you can see it peeling away bits of the Priscilla skin that is on it. And it continues to peel it away. And beneath it, as it peels this back, you see once again the Monsignor.
Monsignor, what has happened to you?
He coughs, and something as thick as almost like an oil comes out of his mouth, and he blinks several times, and he sees you and retreats into a corner, And now looking at him, he's a ridiculous mess of peeling skin and this ichor, and just he's clawed at himself, and he looks like he's half bleeding to death, but he really isn't. And he just shakes his head and, Z, is it you? Is it you, or is this really? And he looks down at his hands, and it's Priscilla's hand, and he begins to claw this off, and you can kind of see he's almost bursting through this fake yet organic body. And my son, this has happened. I've got so many memories of this happening over and over and over again. Is that you? Or is that really you? And he leans forward and reaches out.
I try not to touch him, but I say, yes, it's me. But what's happened to you? Who did this to you?
The vice rector. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. They're doing something ungodly. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Where is he?
The last I saw of him was on campus. I went to see him. We went to talk.
How long ago was this?
We'll
We'll give him the date.
Yeah, the game master doesn't remember the exact date, but it lines up with maybe a day or two after the last time that you saw him.
Yeah.
'Cause we're really only like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
Real days into this. Yeah.
Steve, just go along with it. Yeah, that would put us like 2 days before the game started.
So how do we get you out of this? What do you need?
I don't understand exactly what's happening, but oh my God. I'm on the ship now. And he seems to go distant for a moment. No, I'm on a truck. Oh my God, how many of them? How many of me? Oh my God. And he looks like he's almost seasick with the amount of, with his eyes sort of like look like they're racking focus back, away, as if, and he begins babbling about multiple realities, all folding over, one on top of the other. I am all of them. My God, we've got to stop them.
Monsignor, who's in the other cocoon? And I point over to the other one.
He looks at the other cocoon. It's not something he had been expecting. Oh my God. He goes for your weapon, Frank, unless you stop him.
Do stop him. It's part of me.
Give that to me. And he starts to wrestle. And you're not even going to have to roll for initiative for this. He's an older gentleman. He's just been reborn. He's in not great shape at the moment.
Do we need to see what's in this other egg?
Get it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill them all.
I snick open the pocket knife and I cut open that egg as well.
And sure enough, bursting out of it is another Priscilla. But this time, it begins to flop and flail. And the same process starts to take hold once again. And
how do we know which one is real?
Or none of them are real.
Unless you stop him, he runs over to the creature and he starts like just pummeling it with his hands.
What unholy madness is this?
And if you don't stop him, he picks up like a piece of wood on the floor nearby, and he starts
I'll stop him. I'll try to
You wrestle him away, and he just falls back and he drops the wood and he's in tears.
Was this room like laboratory, like on tables the cocoons were, or were they? Okay, yes. I'm gonna kind of edge down the stairs and look around, and I'm gonna use my read the signs ability.
Oh, I like this.
So yeah, while all this is happening, I just kind of edge down the stairs and just take it all in. And so basically, I want to know, was the Monsignor himself like in this room?
Okay. So just to let those of you watching at home know, so what James is about to do is he's going to make a roll to take a look at what's happening around him. He's using one of his abilities. And with the cipher system, the basic rules of the cipher system are that we agree on a task stat, and this may be might, speed, or intellect, and James is going to tell me what he would like to use. And then I assign in my head a task difficulty from 1 to 10. Then I take this number, I multiply it by 3, and he and I negotiate whether that number goes up or down, and then he rolls a d20 in order to meet or beat that roll to succeed. So which, I assume maybe you're going to use intellect for this.
Oh yeah. And I'll use a level of effort.
Level of effort, so he's going to lower the difficulty by 1. And actually, I'm counting the ability as well.
Yeah, I'll just go with that for now.
Okay.
It's a 1. I'm gonna just use XP. That's
okay. Also a wonderful.
It's the way I start
use of
my
the
evening, by
XP.
rolling a 1. 15.
All right. Looking around, here's what you notice. You step over to the first table. And it's not the table that you're looking at. It's the smudges of skin and the smudges of oils from skin that you see on the table. And it looks like you've seen this before. And then you step over to another. And yes, it's the same thing. And then you start looking around the room. And only in these 2 spots do you actually see these smudges that look like something familiar, something from the Monsignor that you've just seen now. And then taking a deeper look at the room, you realize that this man has not been here before. The actual man has not. But a duplicate, perhaps a few duplicates, have. And you recognize that those smudges of oils and the smudges of skin, well, you're not quite sure, but it may actually be connected to Priscilla.
Okay, so the Monsignor, like the actual person, has not been in this room.
It does not appear that the actual
Okay.
person has been here.
So has Priscilla been in this room?
Without a doubt.
Was Priscilla used in these experiments or overseeing them?
I'm going to make you roll again for this one. Effort and...
Yeah, the same 1 level.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 6.
It's hard to say. It looks like she has been down here, but it's only the most simple and basic kind of evidence that you have looking around. You're not 100% certain, but you're fairly certain she has been around in this area before.
All right. Yeah, I can't really think of much else to turn this around, so.
I want to do something
All
while Z is wrestling with the Monsignor and Vesper's running around doing his thing. I'm going to look for those files that we were told about.
Are you just simply looking in this basement?
I'm gonna this entire level, I guess. The basement, the lab, start
The-
here. She told us it was in this level.
taking a cursory look around, I'm just going to say right now, it doesn't look like there's any of the sort of, like, no filing cabinets, no nothing like that. So if you're looking for files, you're going to be looking for something quite a bit different than...
Okay. Then I want to make sure the goggles are on, activated, so I can see
They
Vagavarian.
are.
And then look more for, I guess, a secret hiding place. Maybe they're tucked away somewhere.
Looking around, I won't even make you roll for this. What you see are essentially large thinking machines in the back of the room. Consoles and panels that read out information and give you access to more information. There are screens and dials and things like that. But when you take the goggles off, or at least when you sort of blink them away, they just turn into these regular kind of like typewriter-y looking devices.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep the goggles on and see if I can access any information.
Stepping over to these typewriter-like devices, you begin to sort of tap away. You do notice that between the fact that you can actually read information now, sort of, in Vagavarian, you do see that it's some sort of machine, and you've seen this machine before, actually. You've seen something like it. And you realize that what you're looking at is something like the filing machines, the filing cabinets
Library
that were at the library. And the best person probably to go to about those would be Vesper.
All right. I'll call Vesper over.
So this is something, Vesper, that you instantly recognize. However, it's not something that sort of comes immediately into your mind. And it takes you a moment to kind of get your bearings, because what you're looking at now is essentially a typewriter. But there's something about it that looks oddly familiar, as if you'd seen this before. And indeed, now that TBD has kind of said, oh, wait a minute, look at this, you do semi-remember it from the library so many days or maybe a week or whatever it was ago. Is there anything you want to do to sort of give yourself a better look at this machine?
I want to pay it forward, and I will describe everything I'm seeing, where the screens are, where the dials are, what is happening, and that will ease his task for a minute.
I like that.
I don't recall a device like this. Did I interoperate with one at some point?
Do you remember talking to a tippet?
Yeah, tippet.
Yeah, I thought this
in
was
a library?
like a card catalog.
It was like a card catalog, but taking a look at it, it looks like the same technology that was used for this card catalog, and it's almost like a filing system that you're looking at. So it's a typewriter, but there's something about the way it's built, maybe even the brand name on it, that reminds you of something you saw, that card catalog that you saw back in Vagaver.
Is there any kind of visual indication that it's powered on, or that something
When
is
TBD
flickering?
describes it to you, it sounds an awful lot like whatever it was that you were messing around with at the records hall in Vagaver. Similar technology. In a weird sort of way, what you're doing right now is you're almost blind. TBD can see what it is, but you kind of know probably how to operate it. Or at least you have the best chance, perhaps, based on your experience with the records hall and the library, however many episodes that was before.
I don't understand. I can't see something. But there's a typewriter?
Yes. So what you're looking at, let me see if I could. I'm probably not describing it right. The idea is that what you're looking at, you recognize the same technology that was used, that you saw in Vagaver, in this typewriter.
It's the same sort of illusion that they always work, right? You see one thing, but it's something else. The way Vagaver always seems to work.
I kind of have my hands over this
Mm-hmm.
typewriter. I look to TBD and I look back to
Yeah,
it.
I'll point them out.
And then I shift my true senses on, which aside from being able to see in darkness, also lets me recognize holograms, disguises, optical illusions, sound mimicry, and other such tricks.
I like this.
I have not had to use it before. It's new, so I'm kind of using that, like trying to tune in what he's pointing out. Like, do I see anything appearing?
I'm not even going to make you roll for this. You are definitely sure that what you are working with now, when you tilt your head a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left, back and forth, looking at it, it doesn't quite work out in this. The spatial dimensions don't work out the way that they probably should. And you know at this point, wait a minute, you have seen this before when you're going through the library. And you recognize the fact that the card catalogs that you were working at actually had stations that were attached to them. And so these stations are another way of gathering data, the same sort of data that you gathered out of the card catalog all those episodes ago. So looking at them now, looking through the illusion, you actually just sort of realize all you have to do is start typing in some commands. And as you start tapping, commands are floating in space in front of the typewriter. And the more you tap, the more you kind of get the feel for just typing in things like search, find. You type in a few names, and a few names pop up. You type in the name of a friend of yours, maybe Murphy or something, and Murphy's name pops up. So as you start doing this, you get more and more information. Now the question is, though, what information are you guys looking for?
I'm just going to type in Coatsworth.
Typing in Coatsworth's name. Uh-oh, this is unexpected. Hold on, let me look under my... I wasn't expecting that one. Oh my God.
He's the main guy.
Right. I know he's the main guy. I just hadn't been expecting you guys to look him up. I thought you'd be looking yourselves up, but that's all right. Looking up Coatsworth, let's see if we can... Hold on. Let me look up his history. Looking up Coatsworth, essentially what you find of Coatsworth, and it's kind of hard to see what you're looking at here at first, but what you get is the fact that Coatsworth is much, much older than he at first appeared. Coatsworth goes back to some of the first settlers in Boston, 150, 200 something years before. And Coatsworth, his name has changed. Maybe he's changed. Sometimes he was under one alias. Sometimes he was under another. And he has essentially been renaming himself in the Boston area over and over and over again for several hundred years. And looking at the dates, this would roughly line up with the dates of exile that the FiERCE BRooD have told you about before. And so looking at this information, what you essentially confirm is that he has been here in Boston for a very long time under different pseudonyms and different names. And Coatsworth is only the latest one that he's been using.
As I'm reading that, I just do a comma and then I type location.
Location does not come up.
I go back.
Yeah.
I put, where is he?
Nothing comes up.
Okay.
You'll find, looking through this, what you're noticing is that you've got records on who people are. You just don't really, it's not telling you where they are.
I want to put encephalo powder.
A whole just tremendous amount of information on what encephalopowder is, how it's used, and all of that stuff just starts coming up. It's like an online Wikipedia.
I stop that and just type shipments.
Looking in there, nothing.
Invoices.
Nothing. If you want to get deeper into, well, you guys can. What's your idea, Jared?
How about the distillery? I have another one too, but
yeah, I'll put that in.
Looking for the distillery, a map of Boston shows up that actually doesn't look so much like Boston because it's got a map of Tremontaine laid over it.
Where is it in Tremontaine?
And what you see is that the distillery is actually close to where the lighthouse is in Tremontaine, but it's not. It's farther north than that.
I'll put in the pier.
The pier, according to this information in Tremontaine, is just simply a transport facility that's used for transporting shipments between Tremontaine and the other rings. It's essentially like a dock in Tremontaine as well. And yeah, I am willing to tell you that you also see the names of ships and things like that that are coming and going at the dock in Tremontaine.
Okay, so it's more than just the one ship that we're sort of aware of?
Yes, it looks like it's a normal port.
I'll put in the name of the ship, the Woad-Etter.
The Woad-Etter comes up, and the Woad-Etter was actually about 4 years ago looking at it. A lot of reports come up. The Woad-Etter was taken by pirates and has gone missing for the last 4-something years.
It's back.
I want to put in Leonard Clemens. Right, that was his name?
Leonard Cloudy.
Farley.
Langdon.
Cloudy. Langdon. Sorry, Langdon.
Oh, Langdon
Farley.
Clemens.
Farley.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, we're getting our NPCs.
Yeah.
So looking in Langdon Clemens, what you get is that Langdon Clemens died as a child. So essentially, it's either not up to date or Langdon Clemens is not really Langdon Clemens.
Well, that was the story he told us. He said that he died. His death was faked, and he went to Vagaver and grew up.
Yeah.
So this record is saying that he actually did die.
Yeah.
So this guy was lying to us, which we suspected.
What about Haley?
Haley is not in the records.
I'm a little surprised that just in this basement laboratory, there's just like a library machine. So I'll just look to TBD. What good is this? They just look things up down here? Come on.
I don't know. Does it appear to be connected in any way to any other machine?
I will say this for you, for your character, for you, Vesper. After operating this a little bit, you can tell this is connected somehow to Vagaver. You've so far only looked at doorways and such, so you've literally looked at doorways or windows that lead into Vagaver. But looking now and inspecting this device, it's almost like it's a pipeline going back to Vagaver and to some sort of information storage and retrieval system that runs between the two universes.
How big is this machine?
It looks like it's the size of a typewriter. For all intents and purposes. You could pick it up and take it with you if you wanted.
That's question number one. The question number two is, how does it look like it's connecting to Vagaver?
Well, that's something that
Vesper,
when you look at it, what you see is some sort of, it almost looks like pathways that emerge out the back end of the typewriter and then disappear into nothing. And you can see little bits of light that are coming and going. And they get brighter as they reach the typewriter itself. It's as if this information is traveling through this light. And the light is a connection somehow into Vagaver. And it's folding itself. So I guess, let me try and re-explain this. You are used to looking at a doorway where literally there's like a sharp border around it. This is kind of fading, as if it takes a subtler approach of connecting to Vagaver, a more sophisticated approach, maybe, in a way.
Yeah, I'll like kind of move my hands around them and tell TBD, these tendrils coming out the back, it is exact towards the doorways. They're just reaching out to Vagaver. There's some tether to some informational source.
There's like a case sitting there. You could...
Yeah, let's take this with us. This is going to be huge for us.
Outside now, just to sort of let you know what's going on. Outside there seems to be, you hear soldiers kind of, not barking orders, but they're doing their best to sort of keep children corralled. And they're bringing them now around to the side, because in your own mind, you would probably imagine having a group of children corralled out front in front of the building might draw a lot of unwanted attention. And one of the soldiers, we'll say it's Taylor, peeks down in there, tips his hat up and just asks, "You fellas, well, what do you want us to do? You want me to talk to Jim about this, or?"
Yes, we should get Jim to bring Madeline and take care of the children. I don't know if it should be here or not. This place seems pretty bad.
So with that, Taylor just nods and he steps back out of the basement. And you're still in here. You've got the typewriter. You've got the two freshly born Monsignors. One of which is just sort of like, it's kind of gasping for air and it looks like it's about to expire. The other one is just like freaked out. How would you like to?
I say, I'll take care of this device. We should probably take care of this other cocoon. And I turn, flip open my watch, use fetch to put the typewriter inside the hidden closet.
Nice. Okay.
And snap it shut.
That's cool. Okay, got it. You do so. Not a problem.
Gee, what should we do with these two?
The Monsignor is begging you to kill him.
So they both want to die?
The one is knocked out because he had actually gotten a few blows.
He's been bashed.
And it looks like he's kind of expiring. And you notice this, Murphy, as you look at him. Essentially, they're awake. You were guessing that they were pulled out of their cocoons too early. And because Z has used the tissue regeneration cipher, it's sort of boosted the original one that came out first. But the second one is still kind of gasping and
I'm going to shoot them both. It's more of a euthanasia than anything else.
Do you say
No
this
one's
out loud?
stopping me. Yeah. Any
Okay.
objections?
No.
I have to look away, Murphy. This is not, this can't be the Monsignor, but I don't know what experiments they've done on him, but yeah, maybe best to put them out of their misery.
I don't think either one of them is actually him. They appear to be copies.
Yeah.
And
I think he's probably been murdered.
Most likely.
And these are, even though they're out early, they seem to be on their way to be more of those Priscilla ice spitting things. All right. Look away.
Yeah, I just go off to the corner and start praying.
So you put them both down?
Yes.
All right.
Should I roll?
No. It's not like an Austin Powers.
Use effort?
episode,
Do
right.
we have a Pulp Fiction in the car moment?
Right.
You
So
shot me.
You
Shot me in the
managed to-
arm.
Oh, I'm burned very badly. So
It's
you
beginning
managed
to smell like almonds.
you managed to put them both down. The one that was sort of beaten, or not beaten, the one that was punched a couple times just goes quickly. The Monsignor, the more formed one that Z just healed, simply looks up at you, makes the sign of the cross, and the look in its eyes, his eyes, is relief and thanks, and he doesn't fight you as you put him down.
His misery is over.
So
there's more of those cocoons on those trucks headed out.
If these are the soldiers they're creating, the war will be even greater and more terrible than what has transpired.
Yeah, they can all communicate with each other.
where do we go next? Do we go straight to Vagaver? What do we do?
Well, we gotta continue to follow these trucks, right?
Try to run those down, take care of those, and then figure out where they exactly headed.
So
there might be more there.
Taylor gets back to you and he says that the trucks are now at this point 10, 15 blocks away. And he says that because he's been listening in onto what you've been talking about, and you've probably, I assume, informed him of a little bit of what's going on. And he tells you that indeed they do appear to be heading toward Commonwealth Pier.
All right.
And asks again, what would you like to do about it?
Is Jim on his way with the ability to transport these kids away?
I've just been in contact with Jim, and he is standing by. It looks like Jim. Well, I'll be honest. It looks more like Tien talked to Jim and managed to convince him to help. So they're going to bring out some help for the children. And they might even, if we're lucky, be able to back us up with a little bit of help from the FiERCE BRooD. And when he says that, there's a little smile on his face.
Yeah, let him know that things are in motion now.
So he nods to you, snaps a salute, and then he's off to help the other children. I just want to ask now at this point. So he's just sort of explained that the vehicles are 10, 15 something blocks away. They're heading toward Commonwealth Pier. He appears to be with the other soldiers watching after the children. They're all each sort of taking care of the kids, making sure that everyone's all right, doing the best that maybe soldiers could. They're not exactly, they're not teachers, they're not parents, but they're doing what they can for the children. I'm assuming that I think it was a block and a half or 2 blocks away, you have your car parked. what is the plan at this point? I'm going to give you a moment. I'm not going to push you too hard. I'll give you a moment to sort of formulate something, and then we'll just run with that.
Z, can the car accept cephalo powder and go as fast as we can? Do you remember?
I can ask her, and I ask her.
So the card tells you that it is quite capable of handling these things on its own and does not need encephalopowder.
Okay. She says she can do it without encephalopowder.
Works.
I'll keep watch from here on our old vantage point on Commonwealth Pier, so that for the next hour I'll be able to see if the truck arrives.
Oh, cool. So you've got your connection to it, right?
Yeah, my distance viewing, I can just plop a sensor right there and view from when we were up on the roof looking down towards the pier.
So the sensor just goes up and out, and you feel that rush as the sensor moves across Boston, making its way into the night to Commonwealth Pier, and then it stops for a moment, hangs in air, looks down over the pier, and it looks like to you, and you're not someone that frequented the docks, but looking at it, it looks like it's a typical sort of late night at the docks. There are some ships coming, there are some ships going, and as you look around, there's the Wodetter.
So I'll have that up and I can flip back and forth for a while and keep monitoring. But really for now, I think I need to go upstairs on the stoop and take a little breather, try and get our 10-minute rest in.
All right.
Yeah.
Formulating, I think.
I want to do a couple of recovery rolls. So I guess we're not quite at the hour, but we're at the 1 action and the 10-minute.
Yeah, I'm willing to give you an action and a 10-minute.
Okay.
So if you want to go ahead and make 2 recovery rolls.
All right.
5 plus 5 is 10. Not too bad.
That is good. And so we'll say, in those 10 minutes, is there anything else you're doing, or are you just sort of...
I think I was thinking we can actually talk through some more
Go ahead.
Past that time, but
I want to set a trap for Langdon. What can we say to him through the octocoms to get him to flush him out?
Where do you want him? Do you want him at the pier with everything else?
I don't know. I want him to feed, misinformation, because I think he's probably talking to Coatsworth. I think. Did we ever find knife?
You have not found knife.
What about Sewell? Was he off finding his key?
Did he find his cat?
That's actually that's a very good point. So at this point, Sewell was off looking, and I believe that you had sent Mars to look. I am totally willing to just say, in the time that this has happened, he was able to find that cat. And here's the odd thing. Here comes Sewell, very happily holding on to his cat, with Mars trotting along beside him, right as you are both as the 4 of you are resting and recollecting yourselves. And he looks extremely grateful as he does so. And when you see the cat, however, Vesper, and perhaps you too, TBD, Vesper, you notice this isn't really a cat, but you're not sure quite what it is, because you're seeing that kind of dusty sort of half Vagavurian sort of look to it.
Does my true senses reveal anything more about it?
Looking at it, it's much larger. It's more like the size of what you are seeing, TBD, which is an Exie.
Is that what knife was?
And if you recall, an Exie is the creature that jumped out of the crates at Commonwealth Pier.
Right.
So in other words,
Right.
Sewell has a pet Exie that appears to both Z and Murphy as a cat.
I'll let the team know what it is.
Where did Knife end up?
Knife is not here.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
you're
didn't
asking
find him.
Sewell. Sewell does not know.
I'm asking everybody, yeah.
Yeah. Knife disappeared.
Okay. What else?
How convinced are we that Langdon is false?
Not 100.
Not 100, but I suspect it because I think that he set us up with or he set Knife up. He was tipped off because we told him what we were doing.
Yeah, and that was from last week. That was what Z's theory kind of was last week. Because if you recall, I believe you had talked to him just before.
Mm-hmm.
And then Knife had gone.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
And they seem to have been ready for him.
So I don't want to influence anyone here, but I just want to say that... Okay, I won't say anything. I don't want to influence anyone. So I will say nothing.
Are we just to go back to the pier? We know the eventual outcome. These things will just be added to the Wodetter. The deliveries will be complete.
Do we want to
do
try
we-
and stop the deliveries?
Or stow away on the Wodetter and see where it brings us in Vagaver and stop it at its source.
That's a good cliffhanger for season 2.
So at this point, has it been about, can we say it's been 10 minutes?
Oh,
we just had someone drop out.
Murph. You went to
We'll
go
get right back
bacon.
as soon as he is back. So in that case, I'm just asking how much time has elapsed because I know that Vesper is monitoring what's going on at the dock. So I just want to make sure I get my timing right, about right.
Yeah, I think the 10 minutes is good, and I'll be checking in every 5 minutes or something.
Okay.
What's the plan? We're going to try to find Knife. We're going to try and go to stop the shipments or get on the boat. Do we want to talk to Jim? Do we want to go after Langdon? What are we trying to do now?
I'm going to try reading the signs right here and just see if Knife had even crossed this stoop or been in this around
There you
house.
go.
I like this.
I just stand up and start looking around.
All right, so taking a look around, you're in the back alley, correct? That's kind of like where I assumed everybody's kind of hiding out at this point. So you're in the back alley. Taking a look around, you can see, just without even rolling at this point, because you're getting a little bit better at using this ability, you can see that something was going on here besides loading. So here's where one truck was parked. There's where another one was parked. There's where the third one was parked. Here's where the workers were taking these cocoons back and forth, back and forth. And with that, go ahead and make your roll.
I'm feeling like we need to find what's happened with Knife, so I'm going to use a couple levels of effort.
Okay, 2 levels of effort.
I think you gave me one for the ability before.
That
and
is
that's
true.
About
Yeah.
really all I can do. A 6 again.
Taking a look around, you can see clearly. When you talked to Knife before, when you originally talked to him and met him, it was the first time was actually in that Vagavurian basement. That was on a dirt floor. And even in that moment, you were already kind of collecting data. Even before you kind of had a feeling for this ability that you now have, you were collecting data on maybe even filing little records in your head of how people move. Because at that point, you were terrified that who knows who's on your side and who isn't. Then the second time you met Knife was in Jim's room, his office, which was mostly tile and brick, but there were areas where there was dirt flooring as well. And that's where you saw a lot of matches between that first basement and Jim's room. And now that you're looking here at the dirt, you can see that Knife was here before. There was some sort of a scuffle. There was some sort of an altercation. And now you're just sort of following it on your own, but you walk toward a alleyway where you can see, wait a minute, he was here. He was fighting off someone. These were definitely, now you can see operati, and operati are those magma-like creatures that you fought in the stairwell. You can see a singe there and a burn there. And now your friends watch as you actually grab one of the fire escape ladders and start to go up that ladder because Knife went this way. Moving up and climbing, looking in through the windows, you see unsuspecting, sleeping civilians. But you keep climbing up until you get to the roof. And then there at the roof, you can see that there was some sort of battle. And there at the top, there's one operati, lifeless, on the roof, with the magma having flown, sort of dripped out of it. And then you can see that Knife and some other operati had actually crossed and leapt to another building. And somehow Knife has been moving from building to building, but he went in the general direction of Commonwealth Pier, and he probably had at least 2 more operati pursuing him. That's a pretty good 6.
Yeah, I'll definitely report with that. He must be on the run. He must be heading to the pier, but he's in danger.
Let's ask Taylor if he can send somebody after him.
Trackers, anyone who can.
Taylor absolutely can do that. You want 1 or 2 guys?
I think it's worth it for 2.
Yeah, take a pair.
You get that feeling that he's snapping some orders to people. They start to, those shadows fold, and then they disappear. They come up to meet you very quickly, survey the area, and then they fire themselves off the edge, and then they move in pursuit. And Taylor says, are we still not following these guys? And at this point, it's probably been 15-something minutes.
How long till Jim gets here? I'm hesitant to leave and leave the kids exposed, but we definitely want to go after them.
He tells you that Jim will be here in a few minutes. At least Jim himself is not coming, but some members of the FiERCE BRooD are coming.
That's fine. How many can you leave behind to stay with the kids until reinforcements come? How many can go with us?
As far as leaving them with the kids, it's just a question of how many you want to leave. At this point, I think that there are probably 5 of them left because I think 4 have gone off. 2 are watching the vehicles. 2 are going after Knife, so that leaves 5 of them. If you want, I mean, he can leave like a couple of them and then take 3 with you.
Sewell could stay as well.
Sewell could stay. Sewell is actually doing a lot better now that his kitty is back.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Leave 2 and Sewell, take care of the kids, and we can go take 3 and try and head this off.
Yeah.
Okay.
See what they're up to.
All right. So in that particular case, how exactly are you going to do this? So the soldiers bring the children back into the alley and they sit them down and they're kind of helping them out and trying to calm them down. You do see among the group, you see Rafi. You see him, Z, and he kind of gives you a smile and a nod, and something passes between you. That moment of recognition. The other children, some of them look familiar. They're kids you've seen on the streets before, but never quite knew their names. Never really knew them, but now you see that they are kind of under the guard of these soldiers. And so with that, the soldiers kind of give you a nod and say they've got things here and they're talking to Jim, and Jim's men are gonna be here in a few minutes. You're free to go whenever you wish.
We need to get a line on the guys who are tracking the truck, following the truck.
So
communicate.
So they managed to tell you that they're probably, I'm just going to say 75% of the way there. They're probably 5 minutes out and away from the Commonwealth Pier at this point.
All right, let's go to the car and use its speed to get there.
So, is that what we're all doing then?
I guess one hanging Chad left over was if you wanted to pursue Farley with some misinformation or something.
We can kind of do that in the way, right?
Why don't we plant something? So we're headed towards the pier.
You want to say we're going to the distillery?
That's what I was thinking, and put him off the scent. But I also want to lay a trap that I think he's probably going to send Coatsworth. And I think at this point we need to confront Coatsworth. But we want to confront Coatsworth on our terms.
So you want to send a message to Langdon that you're going to the distillery.
But how do we intercept, or what do we, we got to lay some kind of trap of some kind, right?
You can do that, because if you recall, Langdon said, "Oh my goodness, I wasn't listening very well the last time you did this." So now he's all ears to hear this. But what I'm wondering is, are you going to send a message to Langdon, tell Langdon to go to the distillery, and then you are going to Commonwealth Pier?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really help us.
Yeah.
Give him something specific and a time, and I can see that place and see what happens there. See if he shows up or if he sends someone else.
He sends, or maybe if he sends Coatsworth. Yeah, so that's a good plan. So you've seen the distillery, so you can see the distillery.
And if you pick a specific spot and a time frame that we can plan for that, we can go and do this and then handle that.
But if we'll know. If you want to confront him, why don't you send him to the pier? Maybe the rooftop that we observed from. And that way he'll at least be in the area and we can actually confront him if we want to.
So you want to send him to the pier instead of the distillery?
That would solve Z's problem of not being able to confront him, yeah.
But maybe it's enough just to know.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. And then call him out on it or whatever.
Well, then we'll know who he's in league with.
Mm-hmm.
We'll know he's not.
Yeah. Or if Coach,
Hey.
I mean, yeah.
He's a sketchy bastard, I'll admit. But there's just a lot of unanswered questions. I don't trust him. So we certainly don't want to put him in our path unless we are looking for the big confrontation. TBD is itching for it. I can tell.
I don't know about
Mm.
that.
Okay, so can
Well, let's stick with Zed's original plan then.
That's fine.
Just
That's fine.
Roll it out.
and let's roll to try and intercept the truck. We should get ahead of it and then try and set up an ambush or something.
Yeah. And there are
And
4
maybe
trucks.
communicate with Langdon en route or something.
There
Yeah.
are 4 trucks, Matt.
there are 3.
3 trucks. Okay.
Okay, so I just want to double check. I want to make sure I understand so I can trigger the proper events and the proper dominoes. First, you would like to contact Langdon and tell him your original plan, which is to meet you at the distillery. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you telling him this is where... Are you telling him you just want to talk to him, or you are going to tell him like you think that something big is going
No,
to
I'm going to say
down
we think that that some kind of shipments are happening, and from what we've gleaned, there's going to be a rendezvous at the distillery.
Okay, so in Langdon's voice, if I were Langdon, I would say to you right now, my God, you think it's happening at the distillery?
Yes, that's where we're headed to now.
How many are you expecting?
We don't know.
All right, then. You're heading to the distillery right now.
That's correct.
So he asked if you feel you need reinforcements. And actually he says, no, scratch that. I'll bring reinforcements. I'll try.
Okay. We think this is coming to a head. Bring whatever you can, whatever force you can muster.
You can kind of feel him nodding on the other end of the line. All right, then, I'll do that. Let me know if anything changes. But otherwise, I'll see you at the distillery. And then he clicks off.
I feel bad if he is on the level.
So now, that's step 1. Step 2 is that you would like to what? Now, you want to head off the trucks at the Commonwealth Pier?
Yeah.
Okay. So does this involve encephalopowder at all, or?
According to the car, we don't need encephalopowder, right? It can travel that fast without it?
Oh, yes, it can. That is true. That is true.
Will we be smeared across space-time when it does that?
The car assures you that should you remain within its confines, you ought to be all right.
You won't move off the bunk, Vesper. It'll be that smooth.
It'll stop at a gas station, and they'll have somebody squeegee you off the windshield. It won't be any problems at all. So you pile into your vehicle. The doors of the vehicle close. And as it closes, it does ask you to sit down and relax. And you all take a seat, and then the windows begin to distort in this kind of almost aurora sort of effect. And everything becomes deathly silent. And for a moment, it doesn't even feel like you're moving until you get the feeling that suddenly it is moving forward. And the car then stops, and you can feel it. It's just a small, almost a click. and the aurora outside the windows begins to die down. And what you see, Vesper, is not like a flash as the vehicle arrives at the Commonwealth Pier. It's just suddenly there. And it's parked in whatever spot it was that you had asked, because I'm sort of assuming that you weren't just going to go in the front door. I assume that you might. So it's to the side or next street over or whatever it happens to be. And the car just is there one moment. And suddenly the pier is now, things are alive. And this is you, Vesper. You're watching through your own kind of like projected vision. But it was frozen for the transport from the Sunshine House to the pier itself. And now it just sort of feels like, you're at the pier. And the car announces that you're at your destination. And it would probably make sense that the soldiers tell you that the vehicles are now 3 or 4 minutes out from arriving at Commonwealth Pier.
And we should find a way to get the route so we know where to kind of be.
Are any of those cops still around?
At night, we might get some watchmen, but I don't know if Boston's finest are on duty here.
What was it? Was it what outfit was that? The FBI, or was it?
No! I said specifically these were not feds, and I can't tell if you're pulling. I can't tell if you were just trying to.
I honestly can't remember. So
Well, you
please
can't
remind
remember
me.
because you kept joking that it was the feds, even though I said 100 times. It was just they look like local law enforcement that were kind of undercover, running some sort of
just Homeland Security
operation. And so the best person maybe to sort of figure this out, looking at the docks, it's not as busy as it is during the daytime, but it's not exactly, like a cemetery at night. There is quite a bit going on. And there are ships that are coming and going. They're closing them up, or they're unbuttoning them as they come in. And sure enough, further down Commonwealth Pier, what you see is the Wodetter. This immense, it's the largest ship there at the pier, and it is parked right there, tethered to the dock. Looking around, there are people around. Do you want to kind of assess?
Do we want to sneak on, or do we want to stop the trucks?
I think we try to stop the trucks. But unless, what's the end goal? Are we getting on the Wodetter and going to Vagaver, or are we?
Yeah, right. To find out where it goes, who it goes to. Does it end up in that lab that you saw?
Got a couple minutes before looking at your vision now. They've entered your vision probably a couple minutes before these trucks show up.
What do you guys think?
I don't think I want to take a ship to get to Vagaver. A hostile ship that we're just inside of? We can get to Vagaver by other means.
Fine. Then is this going to be a true firefight with these trucks? How else do we stop them?
It's probably about a minute before they show up now.
Hurry up. What do you think?
Well, I've been very excited about some illusions recently. I think I have a new trick that might just do a little something for us here.
Oh.
All right. I like that.
Okay.
Let us get to that street, and I'll take the lead on that first salvo.
When you say get to that street, do you mean get back to the rooftop that you guys were kind of watching the Commonwealth
I was
Pier
picturing
from
we're
before?
going to try and intercept them on their, before they get to the pier.
Mm-hmm. We could
So
totally...
a good spot, like a crossroad or something.
Yeah, we could say that that's maybe right around the corner from where you guys ended up. That'll totally work. And we can say that they're, in the next minute, they're going to be coming around that corner. And there you are at the intersection, as long as all of you guys sort of agree to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then
Yep.
let's find places to post up. Doorways to hide in, someplace to hide in.
So are you guys leaving the vehicle?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to be in it.
Yeah.
Where do you want us, Vesper?
Don't forget, you've got 3 soldiers with you.
Maybe someone stay close. I just have a knife and I'm not really as burly as you. But if there is any tactical advantage you see, who are our enemies in this case? We have 3 trucks. Is it filled with operati or tippets or what?
Most likely, probably 2 operati each.
Lava men.
And hopefully we will have the FiERCE BRooD as backup to come hustling here when they're arriving.
They're coming around the corner.
Okay.
What's
guys
your
getting
troop
out?
gonna do? Yeah, let's get out.
Go get out.
I'll just try and disrupt the lead truck as best as I can, which hopefully will cause some disarray.
All right, let's see. So the first truck comes turning around the corner.
I'm standing kind of behind a parked car, and I'm just going to stand up.
Yeah.
And make a little motion just towards that, and I'm going to cast Dragon's Maw.
Okay.
And this is just, I'm making just like the thing as I've ever done for hedge magic, but just a larger gesture to and this I fashion a hovering phantasmal construct that resembles a dragon's head.
Jesus.
And I want it to appear just off to the side of the lead truck as it's going past, and then it's going to chomp down on the bed by the back tire and try and just like crush that tire and send the thing spinning.
So explain to me, hedge magic just creates essentially like the illusion of this happening, correct?
This is a different ability called Dragon's Maw. That actually creates a phantasmal construct of magic resembling a dragon's head. It lasts for up to an hour until it is destroyed.
So it's
until I cast
dragon's head.
It is a level 4 construct that inflicts 6 points of damage with its bite when directed.
I love this. Okay, so I'm going to give you that creature. I'm going to give you the ability, and then any effort you're putting into this.
Yes, I am going to do. This is the big thing. I'm going to do 3 levels of effort.
Oh my god!
No kidding.
If I can do that math,
that'd give you 12, just right off the bat.
How does my edge?
Your edge should essentially just subtract. So the first level of effort is 3. So if your edge is like 3, then it's free.
Okay. So then it's just 6.
Subsequent levels of effort are just 2.
Right. The first
and then
one is
extra
3.
edge above the 3 will count down against those extra levels.
So it costs 4.
Right.
4 total.
For the effort.
Right. Okay. 4 for the effort.
So you're putting in 3 effort.
Unless you have extra edge above 3.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I'm going to say with that, is there an assist or an asset or something? An asset, remember, could be any number of things. Like, I mean, you could just be, well, I don't want to tell you, but just a physical thing or something. I
am specialized in supernatural knowledge, so I know a lot about dragons.
Cool. Okay, right. So you know how to get that dragon. Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Just don't roll a 1.
Again.
You just cursed us. You cursed us.
An 8.
See?
So, what everyone sees, because none of you were prepared for this, and apparently Vesper did not tell any of you his actual plan beyond, watch this.
I give a little wink towards TBD and just...
Vesper, who is behind a car, and who a few of you, maybe Murphy, do a double take thinking, what the heck is up with this coward? Vesper stands up, cracks his knuckles, steps just maybe one or two, he strides 1 or 2 steps out into the street, and then with a flourish, his hands ignite in balls of light, and then expanding out of them is the circulatory system of some sort of creature that's pulsing with energy as it becomes a dragon's head, fully formed, as big as, what, like 2 or 3 vehicles probably?
Yeah. It's a pretty big one.
You watch as the truck, whoever's driving it, slams on the brakes, veers off to the left side, slams into a fire hydrant, which then sends water spurting upward through the dragon as it chomps down on, you were saying, the back end, correct?
Yeah, and try to like encompass a tire or two just
and
to try and
just
disable as much as they can.
Sinks its teeth into this thing, perforating it, and the you watch as a couple of the drivers smash, or actually one of the driver and the passenger right next to him smashes through the front windshield, tumbling over the hood, and out of the back end several cocoons go rolling and skittering out, and several more are caught in its maw and look like they're going down its gullet as it begins to swallow them, but then ejects them because it doesn't have a body, right? It's just the head.
It's just correct.
It's just the head. Yeah.
And it ejects them through its neck as it swallows them, and they roll kind of in your direction, and one of them rolls toward Murphy. And as soon as this happens, lights go on all through the street, and the other 2 trucks that were right behind it slam on their brakes, and everyone is just stunned at this moment. And I need all of you to roll for initiative.
Oh, Nelly. I got a 17.
Nice.
5.
7.
Better than my 2.
Okay, so we're going to go, the good guys are going first. So I'm going to allow you, Vesper, to go one more time, just saying that I'm going to count that as kind of a surprise round. But at this point, just to let people watching at home know, I'm going to allow everybody to go in whatever order they want. Any order at all. You guys can decide however you want to play this out. And then the bad guys will go after you, unless there's some reason you'd like to let someone kind of go before you.
So who exactly are the bad guys? These are the people driving the trucks?
Yes, that is
Operati.
what you're assuming.
Body? Yeah.
Yeah, well, what you saw were 2 human-looking, well, 2 humans that came punching out through the windshield, and now they're kind of like in a daze, and they're trying to stand up, and they're brushing themselves off.
I
And they
can
look
confirm
human
they're
to you.
operati.
You confirm, looking at them, that they are indeed operati.
All right. Yeah, I'll let everybody know they're definitely operati. And I want to instruct, I guess, the 3 soldiers we have to go after the 2 people in one of the trucks.
Boom. So they go after one of them, and you can assume that those 3 soldiers are going to be fighting with 2 operati in the trucks for the rest of the round.
Now, when we fought the operati before,
Mm-hmm.
were their attacks like heat attacks, or were they physical?
They were physical and... Oh, I see what you're asking. They were physical.
Okay.
They were physical. So they would have, like, for example, they created like a blade of magma. And it wasn't, you weren't being scorched with, I mean, I suppose if I really wanted to get detailed, I could have said that. But the damage that I was accounting for was the damage of a blade hitting,
Okay.
impacting with you.
All right. With my true sense, can I see that they are operati? Is it something to see through, or is it solely like Vagaver vision?
What you see is pixie dust, Vagavurian pixie dust moving behind them. Now that now that TBD is sort of confirmed, in the same sort of way that you were seeing that sort of pixie dust behind the typewriter, which I assume
I
now
let
is...
out a rather surprised, strange laugh. And then I just stand stock still and control the dragon's head, which lets out a roar, turns towards the nearest operati, and takes a bite.
All right, so go ahead and make a roll for this one. So the two operati, there are a couple of them, and maybe it goes for the one that's closest. They're kind of trying to get themselves up, and they're now speaking in this guttural kind of bizarre language between the two of them. It's almost like their circuits are crossed.
Okay.
Or the microphone didn't work.
Or the microphone didn't work. Yeah, it could be that. Notice we haven't had any problems since I bypassed the Apple Cinema display.
There you go. All right. I'll
the ability itself.
Just add I'll add a level of effort.
Yeah.
To this level 4 construct, whatever that means. That's a 12.
So you essentially, the dragon's head shakes. It just lets go of the chassis of the vehicle, and it just falls onto its tires and bounces a few times, and the head redirects itself toward that very first operati, and it comes straight down on top of it and just gnashes at it. And actually, I'm going to say that swallows it up completely, and then it gets ejected in several pieces of vomiting magma out the back end of its neck with that. That's your action. Who's up next?
What landed close to me? Was it an operati or an egg?
An egg, which is now kind of shaking.
Well, then I'll use my action just to come down on it two-fisted with my crushing blow.
Mm-hmm.
So just like a hammer, almost like WWE off the turnbuckle. I jump up and I just smash down with... It'd be ridiculous not to use the free level of might.
Oh, yeah.
But I will add a second one on top of that.
Okay.
I got a 15.
You easily hammer this thing down. How much damage do you do?
That does an extra 2, so punch kick. I'll hit it for 4.
You crack it open, and goo starts like flowing out, and it kind of, as soon as you hit it, you can kind of see that it's whatever's inside is thrashing around like a fish on the beach, and it rolls off in another direction.
Nice.
Who's up next? And wait, you don't get another attack, do you? For some reason, I remember you having like 700 attacks.
I didn't trigger my successive attack because
okay, got it.
I didn't take it out completely.
All right.
So, are there any other trucks?
There's a truck. So there are 3 trucks. The dragon is at the very first truck. The 3 soldiers are at the last truck, and I imagine the second truck in the middle is the one that is completely untouched right now, and it's just somebody slammed on the brakes. And you can see 2 operati. Well, I should say 2 humans that Vesper sees the pixie dust, and TBD sees them as operati as they're stepping out of the vehicle.
All right. I will activate my Shroud of Flame. And I will use Hurl Flame, which is basically I make a fireball, basically.
Yeah.
And I will launch that at the truck in the middle.
Okay. Oh, at the truck. So not at the apparati.
Not at the apparati because they seem to be immune to my fire, but
Right.
at the actual truck
I
itself.
got it.
Maybe aiming, if I know where it might be, towards the gas tank.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Got it. All right. So make your roll. Tell me. I'm going to give you the flame there as your ability, but tell me what else you're doing here. Any effort?
The hurl flame is an attack. It's a ranged attack that deals 4 points of fire damage, and I will use 2 points of effort.
2 levels of effort, correct?
Effort.
What about an automotive knowledge asset to aim that?
Well, yeah,
yeah,
I think that's
of course.
There you go.
It's your
an
thing.
auto repair,
Of
so I
course.
think I would know where the gas tank would be,
Yeah.
and and that's that. So I will make
Go
my
ahead and
roll.
make your roll.
And I rolled a 12.
With that, easily. So you fire that off toward the gas tank. And what you end up doing is the flames actually hit the tank and it's sealed. But the vehicle itself, the canvas maybe covering over the back end, ignites in flame. And maybe the tire, a splash of flame ignites on the tire, and now it starts burning right near that gas nozzle. So the vehicle itself didn't go up, or I should say the gas didn't go up, but that vehicle is on fire now, and it's burning.
Cool.
We got, who's next?
TBD.
This is
TBD.
just me.
Yeah.
I am going to move away from our car and find a vantage point that has cover or shadow, or preferably both, and that has an angle to the driver of the second truck.
Ah, okay. So the driver of the second truck is now stepping out, and he's making his way around the truck. So you're going to be aiming for this guy.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead and make your roll.
All
And
right,
tell me if you're adding any effort, any.
Yep. No, I'm
assets,
trained in the attack.
Okay.
And I will use 2 levels of speed effort.
Okay.
And I rolled an 11.
Easily. So tell us what this looks like. How does it hit? What goes on? What happens?
I'm hoping it's just a normal, regular, everyday Earth weapon. So I'm hoping it just hits him center mass.
Just hits him center mass, punches him, and spins him around like a top. So at this point, then the only bad guys left that are not engaged, because we'll say that the third truck is engaged with the 3 soldiers, and they're working, toward taking each other out. There's one bad guy that's at the original vehicle, because the first one was actually eaten by Vesper's dragon. And so he sees this happening, and he raises his own hands toward you. And this time, though, his lip kind of curls up, and you look at him and you think you may have seen this one before, and you recognize that he's probably the one that you saw all those days ago when you originally went to the Purity Distilling Company. And it's that guy that you ran into. And his lip curls up, and he just starts to move towards you like he's on a mission, and his flesh disappears. And now I'm saying in real time it disappears, not just in your goggles. No more pretense of being human. And it's almost like he's shrugging off this fake sort of human suit, and he's glad to be out in the open and fighting you. And both of his hands just extend themselves, and now you're looking at 2 magma blades as this creature made out of this molten kind of chitinous sort of exterior charges at you and then swings. So go ahead and make a defense roll. And I feel like he's swinging at you, TBD.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel like you're about to tell me I have an instant, never get injured by anything.
He hits
No,
himself.
I have plenty of tricks though.
Okay.
So no, I will. I am trained in defense, and I'll use 2 levels of effort.
Okay.
Roll the 19.
Okay, so with a 19, I'd say that is pretty darn good. He completely and absolutely misses you and just barrels past you. So, however, we do have another.
Before that happens, let me interrupt because I successfully made a defense roll. I get a free attack at this guy.
That's
judo flip.
I knew.
And that's a nat 20.
Oh, what?
All right, so that
19s and 20s.
My goodness.
I roll a 1.
Where do you buy your dice?
Yeah.
All right.
So tell me, with a natural 20, what do you want?
I want extra damage on this guy.
You get a major effect. Well, you get more than that. A natural 20.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, okay. You're making a defense roll, right? So technically, strictly speaking, you should not be doing any damage to him. But if you want to make
this is
that...
a free attack. This is the attack that I get because I successfully dodged.
Okay.
It's the do-bag.
So yeah, he dodged by him and then shoot him.
Yes. So then with that, here's the thing. With a natural 20, you get 4 extra points of damage. So what is your weapon normally?
It's a medium weapon, so it's 4.
4. So you did 8 points of damage. I'm going to say that's enough. Shooting him in the back because he passes by you, that's enough to take him down. But I'm asking you here, you get something called a major effect, right? So when a player rolls a natural 20, they actually get a major effect on the roll of a 20. So essentially, you can kind of like add something to the narrative at this point in order to affect it. What would you like to add to affect this narrative? And I'm taking suggestions from anyone in the group.
My initial thought was, I guess, the watching these other people go down was enough to sort of hamper one of the other guys that's still up. He's more hesitant now in his own actions, and we'll give him some sort of disadvantage.
I was thinking a little bigger than that.
All right.
Would you like to go with my suggestion?
This operati is actually Coatsworth in disguise. Now he's dead.
Now he's dead. And we win. And the game's over.
With that, the gas tank that Z managed to light but not penetrate begins to moan sadly, as if something were taking place, and suddenly there's a moment of quiet where everybody looks back at this creaking gas tank, and suddenly it explodes in a ball of flame that knocks all of you to the ground and stuns these operati that just go sliding and skittering across the pavement. Every single light in every window goes on. Children look out, yelling to mommy or daddy to come help. Men in wife-beater shirts lean out of their window. Women with hair curlers look out as well. And you start to realize you've just woken up the entire neighborhood. And they don't look happy at all at this disturbance. And so now go ahead.
I was going to say, there's a dragon's head and a guy engulfed in flames. I don't think we're worried about the neighbors.
And so with that, there's a lot of dogs barking, maybe a few cats that are howling and meowing as well. Neighbors start yelling from one to the other. people get very, very, very concerned. Go ahead, Murphy.
I didn't do my research, but does this area have gas lighting for its street lights and that sort of thing? I know it was in common use in Boston in the early 20th century.
Just for the fun of it, I'm going to say yes.
All right.
Just for the sheer fun of it, for the sheer potential, I'm going to say yes. And with that, they also are treated to this image of a dragon thrashing back and forth on some operatic creature. They see 3 mannequin-like creatures that are dressed as like soldiers, 3 soldier action figures that are battling with 2 operati. And then they see all of you picking yourselves up and brushing yourselves off, covered in ash and maybe in smoke. So what are you gentlemen up to? I'm going to just jump to your turn at this point. We're going to say that is pretty much taking care of all the bad guys as far as that goes. The soldiers managed to get rid of their own bad guys. What are you up to as neighbors start coming out of their homes?
The dragon's head is going to chomp a couple of these cocoons. Just on my immediate turn.
People are coming down out of the stairs and they're watching as that dragon's head goes to town. Wrestling.
Well, that certainly took care of the convoy here. I think we're going to draw in the fire department and other authorities with this mess.
Just to let you know, the truck in the back hasn't been disturbed.
Oh.
The second, that is still around, right? It's just sitting there parked, and the soldiers have dispensed with those bad guy operati. The second one is completely aflame. The cocoons inside of it are aflame. The cocoons that rolled out of it are aflame. They bumped into a few of the cocoons that were not aflame and lit them aflame. And then the first truck, which has got a giant dragon-sized bite taken out of it, is crashed into a sidewalk, and there's just water exploding up out of a fire hydrant, and 2 dead humans, for all, according to what the other.
Do you guys just want to get in the truck and leave?
I know.
Or do we roll into
I'm gonna
that
start-
ship
Truck and roll out?
and light this truck on fire too?
Hey, Vesper, you want to check in with your site and see what's going on at the distillery?
Maybe when we're on our way out of here. I'm hurrying towards the back truck.
Are we running away from something here? I thought the bad guys all just.
They all just
running
what?
away from.
We're going to be running away from Boston in
Boston
like half
authorities.
a second here. Well, I'm going to cast hedge magic to just create a huge array of sparks erupting out of the flaming truck, and then the dragon's head will move into the mist that's coming out of and the steam that's coming out of the fire hydrant and this stuff, and sort of just disappear.
Right.
Into
Yeah,
that,
so I
I'm
won't
just
even
kind of hurrying towards the back.
I won't even make you roll for that. Do you want the dragon's head and the mist to follow you where you go, or is it just going to stay there?
No, it's going to go away.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to bring it with you because it was around for an hour, right?
Yeah, I'd like to, but it's the big giant dragon's head.
Put it in
Okay.
your bag of holding. Don't you have that?
Yeah. I mean, couldn't you do
Catch
that?
it in your stopwatch.
You tell me.
could, right? No, I'll let you do that. I don't.
Mars could eat it.
You could just cast it
All
again.
right,
It's
this
fine.
is that's true. I'll just cast it again later.
Yeah.
Because I'm a little shaken. This is the first time I've also done that. It was quite successful,
Right.
and we have created quite a scene.
Yeah. It
I'm
worked.
limping beside Vesper to that last truck.
So you are each heading toward that truck, and you can
hopefully
see
some of
there's
this is a diversion for the populace.
there are at least a
Nothing to
dozen
see
cocoons
here.
in the back end of that truck, and as you kind of like, you grab the mirror on the side and pull yourself up. Who's driving?
Not me.
He's our driver, right? He's got skills.
Yeah, you ought to be
I
able
mean,
to.
I can drive it. I guess I'll extinguish my flames before I.
Yeah, you might.
Melt the
That'd be
steering wheel.
helpful.
You might
Littered with
You-
bodies and cocoons, exploding trucks, a fire hydrant, and one of us
Suddenly
is
the
on
fourth
fire.
truck explodes too.
No, there is no
Hey,
fourth
guys.
truck. It's just the big dragon's head.
Oh,
Where are we going to, gentlemen?
Well, we have two options:
I don't know.
away or
Now
Toward
there is a
pier.
crowd just forming
Let's
in the
just get-
streets.
we need
Let's
to
just
and
drive
rendezvous
around
with
for a
the
while.
they're
Fierce
looking
Brood.
around. Just drive around for a while.
Let's rendezvous with the fierce brooders that are coming this way.
can we head back to the cafe? I'm a bit hungry.
The soldiers tell you that the fierce brood is going to be here any moment.
Now,
Okay.
what is going on in the back of the truck? Is there still cocoons in it?
They're
It's
just
cocoons.
It's loaded up with like a dozen cocoons.
Then perhaps you should, or you gentlemen should throw these things off the back, or do something with them.
But we wanted,
I
we
could
wanted
throw 'em
this
into
for
the
like
fire.
evidence.
We need, bring this to the fierce brood. They can
Right.
see what's going on.
All right.
Here.
Okay,
How
so the
about-
cocoons are not like vibrant. They're not like ready to open like the ones in the basement, right?
Looking at
Okay.
them, it's kind of let me just say this: it's kind of tough to see what's going on because at this point, there's like you're boarding the truck, things are like happening, like stuff's on fire. There's a giant dragon in the center of the road, like, and they're all kind of strapped down and perfectly kind of.
So
like-
they're strapped down. All right. So I guess I didn't want them to like attack us while we were driving. So, all right. So if they're, then I'll back the truck away from the exploding one and head somewhere.
Okay, sounds good. Just start driving.
I'm gonna lean back, let out a chuckle, and suddenly Mars is on my lap, and I'm petting her, and I'm just gonna shift my vision towards the distillery.
And so, looking at the distillery appears to be quiet. Watching it, it looks like there are a couple night watchmen there. So nothing has happened yet, as far as you know. And with this, I think what I'm going to do now, to give my players a little bit of time to think about this and decide what they want to do, I'm going to take us to break for 10 minutes. For those of you that are watching along at home, thank you very much. Please hit like and subscribe. We have had no technical issues aside from that very first issue that we had earlier on tonight, so it looks like we are A-okay to continue. I'm going to throw up a 10-minute countdown, and we will be back in 10 minutes for what will probably be the conclusion of tonight's adventure and Season 1. See you in 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I am happy to report no further tech issues so far. I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that we're A-okay. Thank you very much. We are moving into the second half of what I think this will be. When at the point where the dragon's head showed up, I sort of realized this is probably going to be the final episode of season 1. I'm not really sure how we can... I feel like the dragon is out of the bag at this point, so it's kind of like
the dragon.
You jumped the dragon. So at this point, I've given our players a little bit of time to discuss what they want to do besides drive in circles around a city block, thinking about what they really want to do.
We're just cruising for Coatsworth.
Yes. So at this point, the
Turn it up.
street is just filling up with civilians, men and women, and some children coming out onto the streets barefoot or in various stages of dress, just stunned by what they're seeing, which is one crashed truck, one truck on fire, and another truck filled with cocoons that is being hijacked by our 4 heroes at this point. And meanwhile, on the ground are several humans that appear to have been, killed or at least severely injured and knocked out. So,
And soldiers. Don't forget the soldiers.
Oh, and the soldiers, which I assume have piled into the truck with you?
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
Did one of these...
They can disappear into the shadows, by the way.
Did one of the assailants actually shed his humanness and now appears as a Vagavurian?
Thank you very much for reminding me of that. Actually, there was one. So there is a Vagavurian that is just laying. It's the one that...
the bullet in his back.
That you shot in the back.
That's his move.
That's my move.
Yeah. That was your bonus move. So at this point, gentlemen, what would you like to do?
The general idea is that we want to rendezvous with the incoming FiERCE BRooD and be able to show what's happening with these cocoons, what's happening with what they're producing.
Jim wants to know how you would like this to happen. Do you want them to come in from different sides? Do you want them to come together? Tell us what the situation is there. And
let's meet at the cafe then, I guess. That's
Yes!
kind of our place.
You want to go back to the cafe?
I don't know. That's too far, I guess, because we eventually want to move towards the distillery.
Yeah.
Well, you guys figure it out, I suppose. I'm just gonna really just stay watching the distillery because I want to really see if anyone's coming or is posting up or what's happening.
All right. I can take a lead on the directions. I have a pretty good idea of Boston and geography. I can give them a area that it's kind of a little remote and that we can kind of rendezvous and talk to each other.
So he's bringing at least 24.
Okay. Yeah, so we don't need to go.
Warriors.
We can stay away from the pier. Let's go meet somewhere else.
Like a few blocks away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someplace that's a little more remote. It's away, it's a little less populated. And then we can chat about what we're doing.
And so at this point, I am going to allow Vesper to sort of notice something. There's a little bit of activity going on the Woad Edder. There were some people on the upper decks that were just sort of out on standard patrol, and now they've disappeared. There's no one out on the decks. So I guess if I say that there's activity, that's not exactly right. There is a sudden lack of activity that is synchronized with the activity that you have created in the streets.
Okay. Well, I'm looking to look to the distillery for our next, hopeful rendezvous with Langdon.
Looking at the distillery, what you essentially see are a couple of night watchmen that are making very sort of general rounds. But you haven't yet seen hide nor hair of Langdon. If you want to take a closer look at what's going on at the distillery, I would ask you actually to make a roll. I mean, unless you can tell me here, and I'll just take your word for it. Can you kind of sweep down between the buildings and stuff and take a close-up look at things, or does it give you just an overhead view? How does your vision work?
Yeah, I saw it as being just a very, as if you were there, uh, sensory viewing of the area.
Yeah. And that would work too,
And-
because... Oh, go ahead. I was going to say you opened that door and you used it to follow through the streets of Tremontaine, and then you peeked in to look at what was going on in that room.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that was because it was the effort of an effect or a intrusion.
Oh, was it? Okay.
So that's kind of how we did that.
Oh,
really,
okay.
it's just kind of like,
And it was a nat 20 too, I think.
yeah.
That
So
was
you
probably
can,
it.
yeah. This is more. That's why I was talking about a specific location and time, so that I can just monitor that entire large area for sight, sound, smells.
Then I'll say this.
And I can have perfect vision there, but
looking down, what you see are two night watchmen that are on these kind of lazy sort of figure eight kind of routes. And then in the neighborhood, every so often you hear dogs barking, and you see some children running around, just street children. And that's about the only activity. Everything else looks sleepy. Everything else looks just like any sort of night it would normally look.
I want to be able to express my true senses through the distance viewing as well, so that if the night watchmen are kind of disguised, illusory, have any deception about them.
Okay, do me a favor for that then. You're going to be doing this like while these other actions are taking place, right? Just to sort of monitor it?
Which other actions?
Well, I just mean as the story kind of progresses.
Yes.
So
I'll be spending a lot of time right now, and then I'll be kind of getting back to it.
And sort of checking in every so often?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then what I'll have you do is maybe, I think, why don't you make... Nah, don't do it now. We'll just say that we'll check in another few minutes. So I assume, Z, that you are driving this vehicle casual-like through the streets of Boston, trying to not get too far away, but stay close enough where you can kind of hop back into action should you need to. In the back end of the vehicle, you essentially have a dozen cocoons. What are you up to at this point with Murphy and with, I assume, TBD, while Vesper is kind of focusing in on his visions?
Well, I guess we're trying to wait for the fierce brood. So where did they say that they're going to meet us?
TBD, you asked them.
I'm kind of guiding them, to a spot.
And you can say, if we want to fast forward, we can. They're going to be here any minute. We can just fast forward to that moment and that particular spot. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, I don't think we have anything else.
So then, boom,
needed to be done.
We're there. You manage to pull over, and you flip off the lights, and you kind of slide the vehicle into a dark alley where it's out of view. But you can kind of, as you step out of the vehicle, you can kind of hear that there is something going on where you left the dragon's head and all of that turmoil back there. There's something going on, and you can kind of see as you look through the buildings, there are lights coming on and all kinds of stuff that are happening. And you're at the designated spot. Oh, go ahead.
Might be a good idea to call your flying carpet to us, since we all just got here in the stolen truck.
It asks if you would like to
Sure.
use. Would you like it to get there immediately?
Yeah, make your way over here.
It folds space, and it does so, and it is just there suddenly beside you.
Awesome.
Dang.
That's the best.
It's a performance vehicle. Had to fill it with premium.
That's right. It is expensive. It is expensive. There's no knocking or pinging in the engine of this vehicle, though. I'll tell you that much for free. So there, from out of the shadows, as you look around, figures start to emerge. Each one of them misshapen or distorted. Very few of them look human, and you recognize these shapes and silhouettes, the visages that you see, as the warriors of the Fierce Brood, as they step out of the shadows, as if they were shadow. And then finally, when about, 15 or 20 of them form a circle around you, one of them, a shadow on a wall, starts to distort and drip down the wall, move in your general direction, and then reform as Xian, whose face you still have not seen, but is cloaked in darkness. And you realize that she has some sort of ability to manipulate light and shadow. And she brought the Fierce Brood through the shadows of the Boston night. And now they're all in a circle around you. And she looks to the four of you as if wondering who is in charge. And so who would that be, by the way? Are any of you in charge? Would any of you step forward to talk to her, or you just pointing to each other?
I don't mind doing it.
TBD's in charge. He's a take charge kind of guy.
She steps forward and looks to you, TBD.
We'll just kind of launch into everything that's happened. Give it even a quick synopsis, and then we'll go into questions. But this is what we found. This is what we went after. The kids.
So you tell her everything, and she says, "Do not worry about the kids. The children are taken care of at this point."
All right.
Do
When
you
he
tell
gets
her
to the
about?
part
Go ahead, Frank.
about the cocoons, right? I mean, it's going to come up.
Yeah.
I'll say, "Excuse me," and I'll go to the back of the truck, and I will grab one and bring it out to the circle of the Fierce Brood and just lay it on the ground.
They all take a step back at that, and they look to Xian. And
we'll explain what happened. You know, Priscilla, and underneath that was the Monsignor, and how he was all connected to his other copies.
How many more of these are there?
We don't know. We know that there was these 3 trucks. We've destroyed 2 of them. This is the 3rd one. Who knows how many other
2 in the basement
have come out
right
of this place. Yeah.
So she looks at it, and then she looks at several members of the Fierce Brood, and she nods to them, and then they nod back. And then very quickly they run to the back of the truck, and what you see is kind of a glow. And you imagine it's like flames licking the side of the building. And what they're essentially doing is they're destroying those things then and there.
All right.
And she extends her hand and just places it there on the cocoon. And then she tells you they'll be taken care of.
I'm going to step down from the truck at this point, and I want to say like the route of these trucks was towards the pier, where the Woad Eder is in the harbor. Just as we left, the activity on the ship has changed. And now we are looking towards the distillery to try and flush some of these out.
Let me ask you one thing. Did you tell her that you told Langdon to meet you at the distillery, or have you still not revealed this bit of information?
I was about to do that right now. I was going to ask her what she thought of Langdon, and then depending on that answer, then we'll let her know that we sent him there. So the first question is, what do you know of Langdon, and what's your relationship with him?
Okay, so she first answers Vesper and says, I believe that they are creating these things here and sending them back to Vagaver. And the activity, or lack thereof, is most likely because they're sending reinforcements to try to collect their whatever
cargo.
These things are. And I'm sorry, what was your question, TBD?
Just simply, what does she know of Langdon, and what is her relationship with him?
She shrugs. I trust Langdon with my life. Why do you ask?
We've gotten some mixed signals, and we just wanted to understand more about him. He was he was made aware of Knife's progression into the Sunshine House right before he was captured or gone missing. Right, he had a fight and has left, and we haven't figured out if the soldiers have caught up with him yet. So he's still effectively on the run.
She shrugs. So you explain what happened with the soldiers and how Vesper managed to track Knife and then the dead Vagavurian.
Right.
She shrugs and says, Langdon's loyalty is not in question. If there was some sort of coincidence in which it seemed as if Langdon may have informed someone, whoever is responsible for all this, Watch and Ward, I do not believe it's more than a coincidence. Have you spoken to him tonight?
Oh, once. We actually sent him to the distillery just to see if we could find out if he would go, who might go with him, anything else like that.
You sent him to the distillery?
Yeah.
On his own?
We believe he had reinforcements. That's what he said.
She pauses at that. He told you that he was bringing reinforcements.
Mm-hmm.
Then his reinforcements are going in the wrong direction, are they not? Shouldn't they be here? And she points toward Commonwealth.
Like I said, we just weren't 100% sure. We found a device in the Sunshine House that gave us information. We were able to look up a bunch of people, and we looked him up, and it confirmed his original story that he was dead. But this was the Vagavurian information, so we assumed it would have the correct information that he faked the death, whatever, on Earth and lived in Vagaver.
I'll pull it out and place it right on the
sort of show
floor.
It. So she recognizes it instantly, and she just starts typing into it. Where did you get this terminal? Is what she says.
It was in the Sunshine House orphanage. That's where all this started.
And you found information on Langdon, you're saying?
We did, just basically that he died, which was...
She starts looking, flipping through it very quickly and looking, and says, I cannot explain. These are records that were created perhaps by Watch and Ward. Perhaps they're incorrect or corrupt in some way. But I would hardly say that this is proof that he is a traitor. Or that
we didn't necessarily say it was. It was just a little inconsistent, so we just wanted to make sure.
Well, she laughs. I think that we can call him one of us. And so with that, don't you feel that you need to contact him and let him know to go to the proper spot?
Yeah. Yeah, we should do that.
She pauses. But
We watch TBD say, just a moment.
Hey, like,
Does
Langdon,
everyone need to watch me?
meet us at Commonwealth. Are you okay? So she's kind of like basically saying, what are we going to do here? Are we going to go into Commonwealth Pier? What would you like to do? You have apparently most of the information on what is going on right now. Apparently, they're shipping something back and forth on this ship. You say the Wodetter. Perhaps we need to do something. What are we doing tonight? Once again, the GM would like to point out.
Board the Wodetter and
Why don't we sink a ship?
Jared was right. We got to get on the boat.
Well, do we want to sneak in, or do we want to fight him?
There's no point in sneaking at this point.
It seems that the Fierce Brood sneaks rather well.
She nods. With my help, they do. But my abilities are limited. I could perhaps get you as far as the pier itself, but in order to get on board, I'm sure they must have their own creatures with their own abilities. I don't feel that it would be that easy to get on board. The Commonwealth Pier? Maybe. On board the ship? That I don't know.
Well, we have a truck and we have cocoons.
Well, she looks.
We did. They're
You
gone.
don't have any cocoons anymore.
Oh, that's right. And they're burning the truck. I guess I didn't say that. Hey, I was asleep in the truck watching after the stupid distillery.
The distillery appears, if you're looking at it now, it looks like it's kind of just same old, same old.
Well, if we're doing that, I'm going to shift back to the rooftop by the pier and keep an eye out.
Okay. Taking a look, it looks like that ship is still... There's nothing going on. There's a light on in the conning tower where apparently someone is talking to someone else, but beyond that, you can't really see. And by the way, the top hatch with the cargo looking down at the Exie that were originally on there before, that appears to have been closed up. Maybe as if it were about to depart.
Yeah, then let's go, I guess. Let's go and see if we can prevent the ship from leaving. Well, I don't know. I think at this point, just prevent the ship from leaving, right?
Yes.
Are you going to tell?
Sure.
Can I assume that you've told Langdon?
Tell Langdon, yeah, that the action has moved down to the pier.
Oh.
We were mistaken.
We'll let him know.
Now,
we'll let him know that there's a longer conversation to be had.
He's fine with that, but he asks, "What's at the pier?" Are you going after?
Given a synopsis, yeah, that there were cocoons being loaded onto the ship and being sent back and forth.
So you'll still need the reinforcements, but we'll just need them at the pier.
Yep.
And so with that, he tells you that he's not far out and he'll be there soon and be ready to help.
All right.
And so now at this point, I'm going to ask, you can assign the Fierce Brood to go out and do their thing. So if you want, you can also use Xian. Xian has this ability that she explains to you to disappear into shadows. and she can take up to about 30 people with her. So wherever she goes, she can follow and move along with the shadows, and those people that walk with her, essentially you're walking, but no one else can see you until she removes this effect from you, and then it looks as if you're coming out of the shadows. So that is essentially what she can do for you. So if you want to use this ability to develop some sort of strategy, I'm not so sure. I don't know how often the word strategy is used among your group, but just in case, you can go ahead and do so.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea to me. Just kind of get as close as we can and
roll in
yeah.
in the shadows.
So with that, then she places her hand on the ground, and then she raises her hand from the ground, and there's a column of darkness. And then the column begins to spread out, and like long tendrils, it touches each member of the Fierce Brood, and then it touches the 4 of you, and then the 3 soldiers that are also with you. And then she asks that you lead the way. We are now in the shadows. And as you begin to move, it's kind of strange. It's almost like you're looking through an aquarium or through glass. But as you move, you pass maybe one person on the street that doesn't even see you, and you walk right past them. You continue to move along the chain link fence that's surrounding the Commonwealth, and you can kind of see that there are guards on the other side. They don't even look in your direction. They continue their conversation and smoke their cigarettes. So moving along, are we just going to step out onto the pier? She can get you as close as the pier. She continues to take you through until you get to the ship.
I don't know, guys. What do you think? Just pop out here and go on in?
Yeah.
So then she nods. You'd like to come out of the shadows, you're saying?
Yes, thank you for bringing us this far.
She does that. Where would you like our warriors?
As we get closer, does it look like there's any other way on except for the one main gangplank that we've seen before?
Looking around, it does look like it. So the ship is probably the length of a football field, just a bit shorter. So it's rather large. There are several ways probably to get onto it. I'm going to say that there are 3 gangplanks where you could actually send people down. And then there's a large, just flat. At this point, you can't really see up there, but essentially from what Vesper has described from what he can see above, and from what Z has described from what he's seen before, essentially there's a large, flat, topside with a conning tower, and then there's kind of basically a mountain that's several stories high that are the control room, cafeteria, sleeping quarters, all of that stuff are up at the back end of the ship.
Okay, so then before we get out of the shadows, we should do what? We want to do a 3-pronged attack because that'll at least give a diversion to some extent. But is the goal to damage the ship in this way that prevents it from leaving, or just kill everyone on board? What are we trying to do here?
Could we do both of those things?
What's the heart of the ship? Is it in the conning tower? Is that where we could...
That's one, and then the engine room is the other.
So are there any of you that would actually have knowledge of a ship like this, or could justify having knowledge? Because at this point, I could actually give you ideas.
I don't have knowledge of a ship. The only thing I can think of is that get up to where you drive the thing and then just drive it straight into the dock.
Oh, I love that. That's
All right.
better than what I was thinking.
What I want to do.
Swim it ashore.
Get us up to the ship. I will bullshit our way to get on there. And our goal is then going to be to get up to the conning tower.
Do we want to use the warriors as a distraction? Or do we
They
wanna
look
keep
like
it
they're
all-
ready to go if you want them to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that sounds good. And then we can have a team come with us, perhaps.
Yeah. Did you want to do the 3-pronged attack? Did you want to send like one team up one, second team up the other? One team goes up one and maybe distracts. Another team goes up and then like goes with you. And then a third team goes off and distracts or does something else. I mean,
Where do we think? So we think we want to be in that command tower, right? Is that the plan?
I like that
for
plan.
us, and then maybe we send one of the teams down to the engine room to eliminate the people in the engine room, and that way we have control of that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, then we can just go in blazing if you want, whatever.
How far away is that command tower?
I'm gonna say that it's about 60 yards.
All right, guys, gather around.
Oh.
I'm going to open a wormhole.
Wormhole.
Did I say 60 yards? I meant to say.
Yeah, it's long range, so that would fit into long range. So one side of the doorway appears anywhere within immediate range. The other side opens at a spot you choose anywhere within long range. Any character or object moving into one side exits from the other. The door remains open for 1 minute or until you use an action to close it.
That's
amazing.
go.
pretty cool. I like it.
But yeah, let's instruct sort of
Let them know.
Is the tower in the middle or the back of the ship?
It's kind of at the back of the ship. That's why I said 60 yards. Like it's not
Right.
it's not in the center. It's a little bit to the rear. So I'm going to say 60 to 70 yards, something like that.
All right. Then why don't we have one team go up the middle gangplank and
Go up
another
the
team
middle.
go up the back.
The
to kinda
back.
go into the engine room while the rest of us go. through the
Okay,
wormhole.
so you're going to have somebody, the rest of you. I've never heard anyone say in a game, while the rest of us go in the wormhole. So you're going to have one group go in the engine room.
Yeah.
That's the farthest back on the ship. That's the rear end of the ship. Okay. The second group is going up the middle gangplank, and are they going towards the conning tower? Is that correct? Is that you?
Well, we're going through the wormhole to the conning tower.
Oh, right.
The
I'm
other-
sorry.
I think the other one's going to go up the front
Front.
to either cause a distraction / go into the cargo.
Got it. That makes sense because the cargo hold was from the front. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to the conning tower and try and ram the ship.
I like this.
Or whatever, but yeah. Whatever we can
Why
do.
don't you open the wormhole beneath the ship and it just falls through it and then
Sounds great.
slams in and then it just and it drains the whole ocean. Leave it there for like
Perfect.
for a week.
All right, I guess we're ending early tonight.
That's it. All right, well, game over.
Good
It's the
job,
end of
everybody.
season
Yeah,
1.
10
Good job.
XP.
Next season, right? 10 XP for draining the Atlantic
Yeah.
Ocean. Okay. So I'm gonna say that those things just automatically happen.
All right.
They
Langdon's
get into.
late to this party.
Do you want Cien to go with you guys,
Sure.
or do you want her to work with? Let's just say this. It might be a little. It's up to you guys. The Warriors know
I
their
feel her
duties.
value might be in getting her team to the hold, because if
Yeah.
it's stuff that needs to be destroyed,
Yep.
they're in the best position to identify it and take care of it.
That's fine.
Okay.
She can lead her team to the engine room.
So we're going to say team engine. There's team
Yep.
cargo.
Yep.
And then there's team wormhole. Okay. So team engine
Fantastic.
heads out. Team Cargo just disappears. One moment they're there, and then the next there's just a bunch of shadows, and they're gone. And now it's up to Team Wormhole. Are you at least bringing maybe those 3 soldiers with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, so they're with you. So, all right, Z, wormhole on.
Here we go.
How does this work?
What happens if I shoot through it?
The shot will go through the other side.
We should play with this more.
Yeah, I imagine it's similar to what Coatsworth did.
I glance at my watch.
I had forgotten. I had forgotten what I used for that way back. Is it called wormhole? Oh yes, here it is. Wormhole.
Yeah,
6 points. You
wormhole.
create a doorway through time and space.
Should I put the dragon head through the wormhole first?
I think you should.
I think you should have brought that thing.
Just
It's
cast
in your.
I can
Is
do
it
it
in your
again.
bag of? You did. Okay, no problem. Got it.
Oh no, I didn't. I'll just cast it again. Is what I
Yeah,
meant
it
to
takes
say.
nothing to cast it again.
Yeah. Okay. So, tell us what this looks like.
So basically, I just kind of create a doorway with my arms, and then it just,
Like
as,
Avengers
as you
Endgame?
as you walk through it, you just instantly almost teleport to where I opened the other end of the wormhole.
So as he opens it up, Vesper, what you notice immediately is that he's opening something rather similar to what you were opening before. And the only difference here is, well, I'm not going to say what the difference is here. But at first, when it opens up, what you're looking at is Vagaver. And then as that second wormhole opens up, the one near the conning tower, you see the deck of the ship and the conning tower, and you get the feeling that you could just step right through that thing and show up in front of the conning tower and be there. And I will give this to Z and say that maybe he moves it a bit, adjusting until it gets into a shadowy spot where it's not going to stick out like a sore thumb. So at this point, you gentlemen have only to step through the wormhole.
Let's do it.
I'm not afraid. I will step through.
Boom. You're on the deck in a shadow, and you throw yourself up against the wall just waiting for your buddies to, and you can see now through, and what you see are the planks of Commonwealth Pier, and your buddies just looking through it. Who's next?
Me.
Boom. You're on the other
kinda
side.
wave
You're
to
up
them.
against the wall in the shadows. Who's next?
I'll
go.
take a step. Yeah.
Vesper goes through, same thing, and then Z, I guess, when you walk through, and I guess the soldiers maybe squeak by there too.
Sure.
When you walk through, does it close up or does it stay open for a minute?
It stays open for a minute or until I close it.
Okay, so you step through.
Yeah. So then after all the soldiers step through, I will close it.
So as soon as you step through and the soldiers are through, the sky begins to glow. Glow like an aurora. Not like the Boston night sky.
That's pretty.
And you see pinpricks of light.
Oh.
And then you realize that for a moment, you're looking up at Vagaver and the rings. And then forming in front of you, all 4 of you, riding a beam of light, is Zeitweber. I see. First of all, and she hands you your ticket that you never paid, Vesper.
Mm-hmm.
And for you as well. And she begins to write up a ticket. What is it that you seem to not understand what I ask you to do? I specifically asked that you not use illegal time-space distortion. I am so sorry. I need to report this.
Excuse me, Miss Zeitweber. Look around you. Is this operation legal? Is it sanctioned by your order here?
She stops for just a moment. She looks, for the first time, you've never seen her a little bit thrown off her game.
I think
She's
maybe
looking around.
accompany us up to the conning tower and you can inquire there.
This is highly unusual. What is this place? Oh, hold on, just a moment. And she pulls a device out of her, similar to what you have, the timepiece. She pulls it out of her pocket, and she flips it open. And it makes a series of beeps and whistles and clicks and whirs. And then she moves it around. Oh, my God! Oh... She disappears for just a moment, and then she's gone. As quickly as she came. Then you hear a voice, I will be back! And then she's gone again.
Yeah, we're not paying that.
I crumple my ticket up and let it fall. And say,
What
"Well,
are the chances?
you then.
You, Z,
The
have a
people-
ticket now.
What are the chances the folks in the conning tower saw any of that?
Looking up, the chances are 50-50, you'd say. Like, I had assumed when you were going through that he had put it in a place where, like, it was... Maybe I'm giving you too much, but I had just assumed that it was in a place kind of down on a...
Shadowed.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
shadowed and down below. It's
Yeah.
not, like, perfect view of the conning tower. So I'll give you the moment.
That
All right, well,
Zeitweber.
We're
Maybe.
here. We're here. Let's go in.
Let's go in.
Oh,
So you do see an entranceway as you sort of make your way around the side. And it's just a simple door that you open up, and it leads to a hallway and a stairwell. And it's nighttime. There doesn't seem to be anyone around at all. So do you want to just basically make your way to the conning tower?
I think so.
So
Yep.
with that, then, who's going to get you up to the conning towers? Let's just make a series of rolls. So it's going to be 3 stories to get up there. So what I want to do is I want to roll for stealth to sneak up there, and I also want to roll for essentially direction to get going in the right way. What's the logic of each one of these rolls? So let's, actually not 3 rolls, I'll make it 2, right? Because if you're on that 3rd floor, you got to get to the 2nd and then to the 1st. Or actually vice versa. If you're on the...
I'm specialized in sneaking, so I can take the first leg.
Okay.
Fine.
So why don't you go ahead and lead them through? So what I want you to do is describe to me how it is that you're going to make it through this 1st floor onto the 2nd.
I don't know. Is there some kind of ladders or
Yes.
stairways?
There are
to get there?
stairways as you look down the hallway. You're free to sort of make this up. I mean, I can tell you what you see, but I just figured.
Yeah,
I'll give you a moment
I'm
to-
gonna try, to stay within the using my sneaking
Mhm.
specialization to make sure that as we wind our way up the path, we're in the least line of sight of anybody that could possibly be viewing us from up above.
Okay, perfect. So go ahead and make your roll. So you got your sneaking. Are you trained or specialized?
I'm specialized,
Okay.
and it doesn't matter because I rolled a 20.
Oh,
Oh, snap.
got it. So what do you want to do with this 20? This is your chance to make a narrative
Yeah.
difference.
I want
Total
to
surprise.
make it so that we get up there as quickly as possible,
Mm-hmm.
and
Go ahead.
and get the whole group up there, and narratively
Yeah.
to be able to see if anybody is in fact watching without them seeing us.
You make it up all the way to the conning tower. And here's what you see. You make it past a few guards who happen to be on patrols going in the opposite direction when you were looking. The soldiers themselves help you out by folding themselves into the shadows, moving down the walls, creating sounds and distractions that get the guards going off in one direction or in another direction. One or two of these guards actually takes a knife to the throat by these soldiers as you go. Until you finally get to the very top level, the conning tower. And here what you find is a large room with what you would traditionally see in any sort of ship of the time, which is an enormous wheel and a series of levers and dials that control the power of the ship and the steering. And then there's a tremendously long window, panes of glass, that looks out across the deck itself. And indeed, looking out this window, you wouldn't have seen the wormhole that you created because you created it and tucked it down very nicely against the structure itself. However, there is a door. And through the door, what you see is the weirdest thing you've ever... Well, I won't say that. You see something very strange. You see Coatsworth.
Oh, shit.
Pantsman.
And
talking. And then this doesn't make sense because another Coatsworth is in there as well. And another Pantsman. And there are at least two Coatsworths, two Pantsmen. And you know that one of the Coatsworths is actually the Coatsworth that you disfigured in the Boston Public Library because he's completely burned up and in pieces. He's the one that you got.
So you're telling me there's a pair of pantsmen?
There's a pair of pantsmen and a couple of coats.
I'm going to quickly check on my ammo. Make sure I have enough.
Yeah, you better make sure you're loaded up for this. And now, here's the maybe disturbing thing. The flickering lights of the aurora are still there in the sky. There's some sort of opening or entranceway to Vagaver above you. And I'm not saying in the conning tower, I mean in the sky, looking out.
So they haven't seen us yet.
They do not. For a 20, I will say they have not. And they're talking, though.
We hear them.
For a very good roll, you might be able to hear them. Anyone have a stethoscope you can put up against the door? I'll ease the task by 1 for that.
I don't think I have a stethoscope.
I have a glass from brunch in one of these pockets.
There you go.
Like that.
Maybe
There you
the
go. I have
Octocom can help
What's
you out.
preventing
Yeah,
us from
I
hearing
would-
them? Or are they
Octocom-
just
right, the
recording?
Octocom-
Wait.
asset.
Everybody's talking now. I can't hear you. What did you say, James?
What's preventing us from hearing them? They're just behind a door.
Yeah, so essentially what you're looking at is, but when I say a door, this is a steel door. It's a door that's capable of withstanding like
It's a hatch.
yeah, it's a
With
hatch.
a porthole, a window in it.
Yeah.
I distance view that room. I'm just gonna look right in and plot my sensor.
Oh, and you can anything that you'd hear, see, or whatever,
Hear, see, smell. If
five
they're lighting
senses.
farts in there, I'm gonna check
and
it
it
out.
just happens, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So you distance view, and you get that kind of double vision for a moment, and then you steady yourself as that second you moves in and slowly turns the corner. And as you listen, what you hear is this. You hear about the disturbance, or you hear that they're aware of the 3 trucks. They're panicked about what to do about this. They are scheduled to leave within another half hour.
Oh boy.
And they don't know what to do at this point. They are calling themselves for reinforcements, and they're talking to someone on some sort of communication device, not unlike the terminal that you were looking at before. They're talking to somebody on the other side. But that part, you're not quite sure of.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna just try it through the Octocom, like just repeat verbatim what I'm hearing, so that everybody is dialed into it right now.
Then they can ask questions if they want about specific things that they're trying to listen for. I can give you each like a question or two if you want.
How far away are reinforcements?
It sounds like reinforcements are going to be there. Well, here's the problem. They're scheduled to leave in half an hour, and the reinforcements, even if they got there immediately, they don't know how quick it's going to be before the reinforcements are able to get those cocoons and find out what happened, and then salvage whatever happened at the Sunshine House. Like at this point, it's like they might even be calling the Sunshine House a loss.
Good.
Any other specific questions?
It doesn't look like they know that we're on board.
It looks, listening to them, they're not mentioning you, but they know that someone's interfering, and they think that it is the 4 of you, but they don't know where you are.
I don't know, guys. Want to just go in?
Yeah, let's blast them.
Is anything happening with the other teams?
They report back that they're getting into position and they've been sneaking through. So there's a team that's working on the cargo. They said that what they found is a cargo load filled with, some of them are with cocoons, but there are also a lot of Exi that are here as well. The engine room, Team Engine, is in position, and they're saying they're ready to do whatever you want them to do.
Do we need the distractions to begin and then attack, or just begin ourselves?
Yeah.
I think we should inform them that the timeline is 30 minutes before it's set to depart.
Mm-hmm.
And our goal and their goal should be to stop that.
Yeah, to take control of the engine room, prevent it from moving.
They said that they can do that, no problem.
Excellent.
And to CN specifically, that Coatsworth, the one we've interacted with before, is here in the conning tower with multiples of himself.
Right.
You can almost feel her shaking her head. This is very bad. There may be even more than just these two.
They could be calling themselves for reinforcements. Literally.
Yeah, literally they could be.
There's a shirtsman too.
All right. There's a steamed shirt. There's
Starchman.
a starched collar.
Underpantsman.
There's a
Ascotsman.
That's right.
Great. Well, I'm not really the
Well, we
assault
know
type.
we've seen multiples before. We saw multiples of the Monsignor, multiples of Priscilla. It may be no different with Coatsworth, just a more evolved version.
The light in the sky is getting brighter.
I am right
that's
now
good.
going to take 2 actions and accelerate TBD and Murphy.
Oh, cool. All right. So everything that they
Hey.
do for the next
10
is
minutes.
10 minutes is eased by 1.
It's sorry, you gain an asset on initiative tasks and speed defense rolls,
Nice.
Can't hurt.
in addition to the normal options for. Okay, never mind. That's good.
Okay,
That's
so you're going to give them initiative, ease their initiative, and ease
And
their
speed
defense.
defense rolls.
Speed
Yep.
defense.
Perfect. That's what I do.
Okay. The lights in the sky are getting brighter.
I say we go.
Frontal is full, just full
Yep.
assault.
Yep.
Let's do it.
So, what order are you going in here?
Meat Shield, you want to go first?
I'm in.
Yeah, he's got 7 packs of bacon strapped.
as you reach out, the door is locked. The hatch is
I
locked.
got this, guys. I got this.
You need a brick. You need a priest and a brick.
Nope.
You know, wormhole.
Nope. I got all this. Trained in locksmithing. I have lockpick tools,
Got it.
and I have a thing called hand to eye, which gives me a second asset on manual dexterity checks. And I'll use a point of effort.
If I'm in physical presence of the lock, it just falls open.
It just opens up and falls to the ground and cries.
I rolled a 15.
Roll
And
the 15.
ironically, the door was unlocked.
All you had to do was turn the
He
handle.
locks it.
You actually locked it. That's right. So you click the lock and you got it open, and now as you
I'll kind of
open
pull it and give Frank the room to move in.
So opening the door, you start to hear just the tiniest little creak.
We're going fast. Rip it
Yeah.
open.
Oh,
I'm
is
gonna
that what we're doing?
slam it open.
Yep.
Okay, roll for initiative. And I know you guys are eased, right? So we just bump it up.
I'm eased twice because I
Okay.
have danger sense. And I rolled a 16.
3.
Okay.
11.
11.
All right. So the 16 actually turns into a 19, but then it turns into 22.
20, yeah.
Right? 19, 20, 21, 22. So that is pretty darn good. Coatsworth and the Coatsworths and Pantsmans turn immediately. And there is now, I'm going to say there's a bottleneck here. You see them in the room. It's basically like the ready room behind the conning tower room, right? And they're bottlenecked in this space that is a lot like a hatch. You know, it's about that wide. 2.5 feet across, 3 feet. And your two parties are staring at each other now, and you can't see what else is in the room, by the way. And you guys pile in.
The other 7 Coatsworths.
Right. So you guys pile in. Tell us what you're doing. I'm giving you the initiative here.
All right, I'm in first, and I am going to use my ability Protective Wall. I'm going to burn 6 might points. And what that does is when engaging in combat that directly relates to defending a community you are associated with, aka Boston or my boys.
Or your friends.
My boys.
Yeah.
Right. You can attack up to 5 different foes as a single action, as long as they are all within immediate range. If you hit an attacker, they are pushed back in immediate distance.
Wow.
All of the attacks have to be the same sort of attack. Melee, there are going to be melee,
Yeah.
or ranged. Make a separate attack roll for each foe. You remain limited by the amount of effort you can apply on one action. Anything that modifies your attack or damage.
Okay. I get it. So
I'm gonna like fan.
to get this has to be within immediate range. So you're gonna rush up to that doorway. The moment you go into this doorway, you are now the cork in the bottleneck.
Good.
Just so you
Nice.
know that, all right? So you're the cork. Everyone else is not going to see what you see next, which is several more Priscillas that are also in the room.
Oh, fuck.
So as you rush in, you've got 2 coats worth, 2 pantsmen, and you actually see 2 more Priscillas. So there are 6. Now you can cover
That's right,
5
we
of
still
them,
got our...
Ooh,
right?
ooh. 1 additional foe per level of effort. So I will add an extra level of effort
To get all
to
6?
empty my
Right.
revolver like a
Blast,
6-shooter.
blast.
Boom, 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 boom.
I
boom.
love it. Oh, that's so cool.
Amazing.
All right. So go ahead and so let me ask then, what the heck are you now going to, so you've added a level of effort, but that doesn't count towards your shot because that's just to add the additional foe.
Correct.
Now you're actually making a roll to hit 6 times.
6 times. I'm making 6 rolls.
So you're making 6 rolls. Are you expending effort on each roll? Are you expending effort on some rolls? I can ease the task if you have some sort of like ability. I'll say the gun eases the task for each shot by 1.
And I'm practiced with it. So
And you're practicing it, so that's easing it by 2.
Yeah.
Free level of effort with your edge and all that.
Yeah, should we get at least 1 free level on each shot?
Are you getting 1 free level?
Yes.
All right, we'll call it that.
And that's good for all
Yep.
6 rolls.
Yeah.
It flies through.
Yeah.
So let's just throw out some numbers here.
All right, so hold on a second. I got to start writing stuff down. I got to open up my spreadsheet. Go ahead.
All right. First one is a 12. 14.
Okay.
17. These are getting better.
Yeah.
16.
Yeah.
7. And finally, an 8.
All right.
All right, not bad.
Okay. The first 1, 2, 3, 4 hit, doing whatever the damage is, which is what?
It's 5 each.
Okay.
And they get pushed.
And they get pushed.
They get
back.
like knocked back. Are they
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
be like at a disadvantage for the next round?
No, they are not. They are just pushed
just-
back in immediate distance.
So you step in and like the gunfighter that you sort of channel, boom, 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 boom. 4 quick shots. You could see the first 4 of them, but those 2 last Priscillas, you hadn't
Wasn't
been
expecting them.
anticipating them, and that's why those shots go wide. And as this happens, you knock both of the Coatsworths, both of the Pantsmen's back. They flip over the table, spilling, papers and clipboards and pencils and things like that all over the place. And as this happens, the 2 Priscillas, their hair just stands on end like it's filled with static electricity. And you just feel that swirling
Let's
energy of ice. So you still have, the others still have their attacks, but right now,
I'm the cork.
yeah, there's a cork in the bottleneck. Are you going to try and, I'll let you maybe try and push them out of the way or something like that if you want to pile in there, or if one of you have a mental ability or...
You describe that again? Is this just a little hallway that everyone's in?
Yeah, so essentially there are 2, I kind of see it as 2 rooms, right? There's the control room, the conning tower room where all the controls are happening. And then there's like a ready room, kind of like Captain Picard has on the Enterprise. And this is maybe where all the planning and things like that happen. And between the 2 of them is essentially not the port. What the heck is it called? The hatch, right? So he stepped through into that room. So just imagine like a ring that he sort of stepped into, an oval-shaped ring with a door that's just been kind of the hatch that's been moved to the side. And you can see in there now, and you saw the 2 Coatsworth, the 2 Pantsmen.
I But then, how are those two rooms connected, or are they skinny? How big are they?
I would say that they're probably, I'm gonna guess about 30 feet wide, and they're probably long rectangles, right? So they're kind of like up against each other. So together, let's take a square. Let's cut it in half. How about that? Just to keep it simple.
Okay. Great. If anyone else wants to do something more, I'm gonna just put another dragon head in the room.
Go.
Yeah. So whoever I can, I'm looking past Murphy, and I
Right.
see the Kurtzmans, and do I see a couple Priscillas or not? I don't know.
Probably not at that point. I'm
They're
gonna say it
over in the
happens so
corner.
quick. Maybe as soon as you rush up to it, you're gonna see them.
I want to just put it right behind the Coatsworths.
Got it.
So if it's sort of like us, Coatsworths, kind of the back wall or something.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna do my flourish. They might see a hand go up behind Murphy's head.
Yeah.
And just have the dragon head just erupt out of the ground and just bite into the closest Pantsman or Coatsworth back
So
there.
it explodes out of the meeting table that's there in the center of the room. And in order to get the attack successful, I want you to go ahead and make a roll for this one. And you can just grab the closest Pantsman or Coatsworth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah.
Whichever one. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
just whoever's back there.
So tell me, you got the dragon head.
Well,
so
I'd
I'll
say
use it.
a Coatsworth because I just instinctively feel they're more
Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah, you've got the longer history with.
Bad history with those Chowsers.
I'm also going to say, you know what, just because it's such as close quarters, I feel like the dragon head, the way I picture it, it's going to just fill the room.
Yeah.
There's not going to be much space in there afterward.
Well, if it's a 15-foot wide or long room, it's maybe 5 feet. Come on, no problem.
Okay.
And
So
it's phantasmal, so it can kind of like be through the wall. Or
Right.
something.
Okay.
Just
Sure.
consume the room.
Sure.
All right. Well, I think like last time, it's a really super cool dragon drawing upon my specialized supernatural knowledge.
Got it.
And I'll apply a level of effort for that too.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It's a 4.
For all of that, for all of those reductions, yes, out of just nowhere. So what Murphy sees as he steps through, and he's very excited by what he's done, and he sees the four Pantsmans, or the 2 Pantsmans and 2 Coatsworths go flying against the wall, and the Priscillas with their hairs that are starting to fill with this kind of wintry snowstorms. He's very proud of himself until an immense dragon's head for the second night and for the second time of his life emerges up out of the meeting table, blasting and filling the entire room with air that causes his hair to sort of blow in the breeze, erupts out of the table, and then just takes a direct chomp onto one of the closest Coatsworth, and just completely starts to chew on it, knocking the other Coatsworths and Pantsmen and even the Priscillas, who are actually kind of prepared for this and maybe off in the corner, manage to sort of get out of the way of this creature, and it begins just chewing on it, and it ejects it out the back end, blasting blood and goo all over Murphy. Who's up next?
Go for it, Z.
All right. Well, how close quarters are we right now? Like,
It's you could. The room is very full with a giant dragon's head.
He's considering putting in
Murphy
a second dragon.
Yeah,
right. It's a good thing the dragon doesn't have a body, because
Yeah.
just forget it. It would have been stuck. It would its head would be in the room, and then its body would be stuck in the conning tower, and it wouldn't be able to sort of reverse out. It's pretty crowded in there at this point.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, rather than burst into flame and light everybody on fire,
Good.
I am going to use force at a distance, which is the one that I used against, remember the guys in the doorway?
Yeah.
Earlier or last week.
Yeah.
I'm going to use force at a distance on one of the Priscillas to pin her against the wall.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll. So I'll count the ability as easing the task by 1.
Yep. And I will use a level of effort.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Oops. That fell to the ground. I rolled an 18.
That does it. So you are barely able to grab one of the 2 Priscillas, and then using that force, you push her back and throw her until she slams against the wall. And unfortunately, though, it doesn't quite do as much damage as... Is there a set damage for that, or is it just a push?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think it's actually more of an immobilizing move
Yeah.
rather than a damage move. Yeah.
Okay. So it ends up pushing her back, and she's stuck now actually against the wall as this happens. But her hair is still filling with a snowstorm. And we have one more person to take care of, and that is TBD.
If I have the vision, I would love to be able to shoot the burned Coatsworth.
Yes. So the burned Coatsworth is the one that was not eaten by the dragon. By the dragon head, I should say. So you can go ahead and lean in for that one. You got the gun. How many... Is this
I'm trained in the skill, in the attack, and I will use 2 levels of effort. Cool. I rolled a 1. But
so
what I'm going to do is use physically gifted, because whenever I use a spend might or speed, I can re-roll a 1.
Oh, okay. Of course.
And that rolled to 13.
13. In that case, you do end up hitting the Coatsworth that is severely burned. How much damage do you do?
I do 4 points.
4 points of damage. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So with that, it is now everything is shifting over to our bad guys. And so just to remind everyone, there are 5 bad guys. Wait. Let me just sort of make sure here. Actually, there were 6 bad guys. One of them was consumed by the dragon's head. One of them was thrown up. The Priscilla was thrown up against the wall.
Yep.
However, that leaves us with 4. Let's see here.
Yep. Priscilla, Coatsman, and 2 Pantsmen.
Yeah, there we go.
Coatsworth and 2 Pantsmen.
Okay. So, acting first is Priscilla. And what Priscilla ends up doing is her hair, once again, fills with that snowstorm. And the only thing in her way right now, the only thing in front of her is Murphy, actually, at this point. And she directs all of her energy at Murphy, and she launches an attack of tiny shards of ice that launch themselves at you. So now you need to either defend or take it.
My response is just going to activate my cipher controlled blinking.
Oh,
So I'm going to take the damage and it's going to allow me to blink to someplace within an immediate distance.
Do you get to say where you're going?
Yes, I teleport to a spot I desire when in immediate range. Since I'm prepared for this effect and their foes are not, the user's defenses are eased for 1 round after they teleport.
Oh, very good. Okay, so you take 6 points of damage.
All right.
No armor?
No.
Who needs armor?
It's overcoat.
6 points of damage, and where are you projecting, or do you want to sort of wait and see where you want to pop up on the next round?
Well, I do want to jump behind the 2 pantsmans.
Got it.
Like behind them, close enough to perhaps knock their heads together if given an opportunity.
So
in the sleeper hold.
The moment
so I take the 6 damage, which simultaneously clears the doorway for everyone to have good shooting in or craziness in, or for you guys to get attacked.
So what happens next is this: the moment that you blink out and disappear, the other pantsmen are actually, they have a clear shot now at the rest of you in this bottleneck. And one of them actually raises his hands, and then with that, he claps them together. And the moment he claps them together, a beam of white light actually explodes out of those hands. And it goes toward, well, who would have been behind Murphy? What do you guys think? Don't jump forward and tell me.
I'm happy
all
to
at
take
once.
it. I could do it.
So it goes right
in to shoot.
Right towards you. So this beam of light that comes out, it starts to feel hot and warm just as it's going to strike you. You have no idea what it's going to do. Roll to defend with this.
All right. I am eased once because of Vesper. I am trained in the defense, and I'll use 2 levels of effort.
Wow. Okay.
Roll to 13.
You're able to dodge this beam of light, which just sort of, it hits the window and kind of refracts and then just disappears. And now as it does so, you can see that clearly now the aurora is out and something is up. Something's about to happen in the sky. Whatever that may be, you have no idea.
All right. Then I get to shoot him back.
Oh, right. Of course. That's right. I forgot about that.
Rolled the 13 again with 3 easements with the training and the 2 levels of effort.
Right. Okay. So that is how many points of damage? You strike him.
That'd be another 4. That'd be 4 points.
Okay. All right. And with that, we have one more pantsman who does the exact same thing, clapping his hands together. And that beam of light comes right back at you, TBD, because you are there in the front and because they're thinking alike. Go ahead and roll to defend with that.
That's only a 4.
Okay, so
which would have been 3 levels of easement.
Oh, with 3 levels of easement, that's right.
Yeah.
It does not hit you then. And again, hits the window, refracts, and now that aurora is even brighter.
Using 2 levels of easement, I'm shooting him, and I got a 12.
With 2 levels of easement?
Yeah.
You hit him for, this is 4 points of damage, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And then we're going to go with our Coatsworth now. So this Coatsworth is the Coatsworth, as you recall, that was badly burned in that altercation with you. And he's got a little bit of a, well, he's a little angry basically at Steve. So he's or I'm sorry, not at Steve, at Z. He is completely focused at this point on you, and he barrels forward through the hatch, and he comes running straight at you. And as he does, he leaps into the air, and he kind of makes himself. He looks like an animal that's about to land directly on you. And at this point, it seems like you're just trying to dodge him from jumping on top of you. So go ahead and make a defense roll against this.
Sure. And I will use speed effort to ease that. And I rolled a 6.
With a 6, and you eased it by 1, right?
Yeah.
That is not enough actually to stop him. And he manages to, his feet plant themselves firmly on your chest. He grabs you by the shoulders, and he immediately pulls you down. The weight of him just simply pulls you down with him. And he reaches out, and in your face, he opens his mouth and takes a bite out of your cheek. And this is actually for 3 points of damage. And
okay, so I have a ward, which gives me +1 armor.
Okay, so that absorbs 1.
And while I'm in my Shroud of Flame, I believe it's +2 to armor.
Oh, so this may cancel each other out.
Yeah, let me see. I'm pretty sure that's what the Shroud of Flame gives me.
So while we're deciding this, we can just go back up to the top because those are the 4 of them. You guys are now
+2. Oh, it's +2 armor against fire.
Okay, so 2 points of damage to you.
Okay.
Taken out of your might.
Out of my might. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, you guys are up now. Any order you want.
Well, since I'm right behind the pantsman and I'm currently out of rounds, I'm not going to expend an action to reload. I am going to use my concussive blast ability on whichever one is closer from behind. So I'm going to use an extra level of effort.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use the fact that I teleported behind him as an asset to relieve it 1.
And it's already eased
level.
by 1, right? Because you have the advantage, right? So that's actually 3, not just 2.
Correct.
Okay. And this is a concussive, like, well, you can describe and tell me. Go ahead and make
It's the pure force. It's the just the absolute anger and
like a Hadouken.
Strength. Yeah, exactly like that. Oh, I got a 20. I have nat 20.
That is extra 4 points of damage. Tell us what it looks like. Which one are you? You're behind the pantsman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's an
I
extra
don't even
4
know how
points
much
of damage.
So that's 9 points of damage, and it pushes him forward in immediate distance. And on a 20 for, I don't know if that's enough to actually dispatch him.
Well, let's just say this. The 20 is okay. Yeah, you know what? That's right. So you actually have to you have to choose on a 20. So you choose either the extra points or the major effect. So you can choose the extra points. It's not enough to dispatch him, but it does do those 4 extra points of damage. And as you tell us what this blast looks like, you knock him straight forward. You don't kill him. You come very close, but you knock him
forward.
Yeah.
And I imagine like it's at such an angle that he actually smashes into the open hatch door awkwardly. That's where the extra damage comes in. It's the damage from behind and his face smashing into that open hatch. And he's just there in front of TBD, who I think shot him from the front earlier. And
that's
he's
very
lied
unlike
out.
TBD. He usually shoots people in the back.
Well, we flipped again. This is my thing. I like to take on my my gamer's things. I hit him from behind. So that's full out boom.
He lands flat on his face, skids across the deck plates, and he lands essentially with his back facing TBD if TBD would like to shoot him at a certain point in the future. And at that moment, over the Octocom, what you get is a lot of chatter from the fellas in the engine room. They want to know what to do. They're facing a lot of heavy resistance, and at this point, they're really worried. Like, they're not so sure. What do you want them to do? You can tell them what to do, or you can continue taking your turns.
No, I would suggest backing off if you don't feel that you can handle it.
No, they've got control of the engine. It's just maintaining control of the engine.
Oh.
It's now or never. Use that engine, or we're not sure we can hold out much longer.
Oh, I see.
I see.
Is Vesper going to drive it?
We got to get into... Oh, okay. I got an idea.
Yeah.
Because we gotta initiate that from up here, though. We can't just like have them fire up the engine. We actually have to.
They correct you and they say, "Well, if you want us to fire up the engine, we could actually do that down here."
Fire it up,
and
then
the moment you say that, something like the whole ship lurches for a moment, and you can kind of feel some enormous dynamos deep within the bowels of the ship that are spinning up.
All right. And right now, I'm going to turn my head.
Yeah.
And Mars is sitting on my shoulder. And I'm going to talk to her, and I say, remember, Mars, when we dreamed we wished we could be invisible, and then I turn invisible.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mars has a moderate wish ability, and one of those is that I can turn invisible for 10 minutes.
She's
gonna
cool.
Go away for an hour, but
all right.
I turn invisible.
So you're invisible at this point, and now
I want to run into the conning tower, the actual room.
Got it. No problem. And as you step up to the controls, I assume, you're looking out through the window, and there's that aurora has now concentrated in one area, and what you recognize is some sort of tear in space-time. And something's about, well, it looks like it's glowing with energy, and judging by it, it looks like something's about to come through.
Weber's really pissed.
All right. Yeah, if I'm able to communicate that to everyone.
Yes, real quick.
Yeah, I will.
And I'll even give you an action. Like, what do you want to do? Besides, you just turn invisible. We'll count that as real quick. Do you have you have a small little action left?
I'm just gonna like rush up to the controls, and that one thing that handles the full speed ahead, I'm just gonna slam into it and push and thrust it forward.
So I'm going to make you roll for this because you're probably not super familiar with the way that you start up a large ship like this. So tell me how it is that you would know how to operate one of these things.
I've lived in Boston for a little while. I've gone to check out the old Ironsides, which is probably a sailing ship. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have no knowledge. It's just any general
Big
knowledge
lever.
of
Give it a roll.
ship is you have that circle thing that's attached with the lever that you push
I'll count
forward.
that as one ease, an ease of one. Give it a roll.
A 5.
You start throwing levers left and right.
It's the big one. It says flank speed on it.
You pull the big one, push the small one, hit those buttons, flip some switches.
Is
A
anyone
bunch
else
of lights
in
go
the
off and
conning
on.
tower?
What's that?
Is anyone else in this room?
Yes, most people are in that room. I had taken it that you were in that room as you entered. Everybody else is in the room.
The other, I thought there were 2 rooms that were separated.
Yes,
We were
and
in one.
right, you guys were bottlenecked
What?
on the other side, and you haven't entered the ready room in the back yet. The only person who entered it was actually Murphy, and your dragon head.
All right.
So we're up to Steve. Have you gone yet, or did you go?
No, I have not.
Okay, your turn
And
then.
Yes, I will activate my fire tendrils, which creates 3 tendrils of flame, which each of them can attack.
Nice.
So I will lash out at Mr. Facebiter.
Yep.
And I will. Well, I'll hit him one at a time, but the intention is to hit him with these tendrils of flame.
And I can say now that we've kind of completed one round here, or at least we've gone full circle, you're starting to feel woozy, and that wound where he bit you is stinging pretty badly.
Oh.
So what I'm going to do here is your tasks are hindered by 1 step at this point. And in order to relieve yourself of this hindrance, you need to make a successful defense roll, and then you can go ahead, or you can continue to have the hindrance, and you can just go ahead and make your roll for the...
So, all right. So then if I roll to eliminate the hindrance, that would be my action?
If it's successful, yeah, that would be your action.
All right.
If it's not successful,
no,
I'll give you another action.
That's okay. I will do the I will roll the attacks with the hindrance.
Okay, go ahead.
I figure I get 3 shots at it. So I rolled a 15.
Okay.
Does that hit?
Yes, I'm going to say that does hit.
And then that it does 4 points of damage.
Ooh. Okay.
And I just want to know if he's down, because
No.
I can use he's not. Okay. Second one is a 13.
That also does damage.
Okay.
With the hindrance.
All right. And he's still not down?
Nope.
Third one is a 10.
That one does not hit him.
Okay.
But you are still going to be hindered on the next one. Actually, you're going to be hindered, I think, by 2 on the next one. That is going to steadily increase, is at least the feeling that you get. Okay, so that was all 4 of you, correct?
No, I didn't go yet.
Oh, all right, TBD. Sometimes it just feels like you've gone 3 times and it hasn't even been your turn. It's amazing. Haven't even gotten
so
to it.
I can see that Coatsworth is fighting Z.
Yeah, you see that he's on top of him. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna shoot him
like a dog. Oh, right, his back is right to you.
Exactly.
There you go. It's like a large target.
That's a nat 20.
Oh, nice.
No.
What kind of dice are you rolling?
It's my good purple one.
So you want to take the 4 points of extra damage, or do you want a major effect?
I'm gonna take the 4 points and do 8 total.
Oh, right, because it's on top of what you normally do. That's right. That actually just
incinerates him.
Drops him to the ground. He's still up, but he looks like, or I should say he's still alive, but he looks like he's on his last legs.
Okay.
How many extra attacks do you get now?
I don't get any.
Oh, you don't?
extra
Okay,
attacks.
all right.
No.
Just wanted to check. I don't want to miss.
As soon as you
those.
miss me, then I'll attack again.
Okay, that's the way. Okay, I got it. That's the way it works. All right. So back in the room, there are 2 Priscillas. The second one, which is the first one, Steve, is she just pushed up against the wall now, or once?
I think once I make a different action,
right,
then she's released, so she's probably free.
The two Priscillas look right at you, Murphy. And they reach out and grasp each other's hands. And then as that happens, a snowstorm begins to swirl between the two of them. And then once again, they launch ice in your general direction. And at that point, I need you to make a defense roll as 2. A cold front. A frigid cold front.
Very nice.
It is
It's about to hit you.
I've got my defense modifier. I am also trained in might defense tasks, so I'm going to bulk up to try and absorb this, and I'm going to say, I grew up in South Boston. I'm used to the ice. And I'll just roll. 14.
That is barely enough
Nice.
to slide underneath this frigid wall. And that's actually both of their attacks. And at this point, Coatsworth is on top of you, Z, and he's going to lunge for you and try to make another weak attack at you, another bite. So you need to dodge for this, and
sure.
You're
I'll use a speed. I'll use a speed effort.
Got it.
If I can.
Yeah, you can. And I was going to say you're at 2 now, hindrance, but I'll start that on your next turn. So for right now, you're just at 1.
Okay. That's a 19.
You get, yes, that's no problem at all. You managed to just toss him off of your body. And we have with that, we've got Pantsman left. I forgot the Pantsman that was on the floor is still there, and you didn't fire at that one.
Nope.
This one is getting up now.
Sure.
And as he does so, he makes another arc with his hands as he slams them together almost at point blank range to you.
Okay.
You need to go ahead and make your defense roll against this.
Sure. It's going to be eased 4 times. From Vesper, I'm trained, 2 levels of effort.
Okay.
15.
You managed to amazingly, at point blank range, dodge that attack.
And now he can attack him
That's
back.
right. And I shoot him for
Nice.
a roll of an 8 with 3 easements.
3 easements, a
Yep.
roll of an 8. He's
Yep.
on the floor. You put him down.
Nice.
And as this is happening, you, Vesper, are able to see out the window as what looks like some sort of green leafy object, a tree, the top of a tree, emerges upside down from a wormhole high above you, out of that aurora area, and an enormous tree that you recognize as the tree that Olivia was in before.
Oh, shit.
Emerges. And this thing is huge. It's half the size of the ship as it approaches straight. And there are lights in the tree and the branches that are blinking and lit up. And you're getting a signal from down below that they need to know what you want to do. They're having trouble holding them off. The engines are revving. Should we keep going? And you can feel the deck plates of the ship as it begins to vibrate. It's overheating. Is this a suicide mission or what? Is this what we're doing?
It's
Are we
not
trying to burn
suicide.
it out? What
Well,
are we
I don't
doing?
know how to drive a boat, so
Put it in neutral.
try to seal the door, keep the engine going, seal the doors, and escape.
So they promise they're gonna try to do that, but do you want this engine to just like rev and then you want to engage it and then you're gonna just drive it into the side of the pier, or do you want it to like essentially like burn itself out and perhaps blow a hole?
Sounds like both of those things are going to happen. One of them's going to happen if I can't make the boat move.
They say okay, that's what they're gonna do then. That's what they're gonna do.
And just make sure you guys get out too.
They're like, we will try very hard to do that. And then the people in the front though are now asking, Team Cargo Hold is like, what are we doing? We've managed to at this point get rid of the cocoons, but these Exi, we got to get them out of here. There are too many Exi.
Yeah.
What are they implying, that they're releasing the Exi, or they need to leave them? What?
They'd like to save them.
Oh, I shout out that Olivia's tree is descending upon the ship.
They're stunned by this, and they say, "We understand. We understand." And with that, you don't even know what's going on at this point, but they just sort of cut out, like they're up to something at this point. And so now you guys are left essentially back in the conning tower and then the ready room, as you've got 2 Priscillas left. You have a pantsman, and you put the Coatsworth. Wait, Coatsworth was down. You shot him in the back, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you guys, it's your turn.
I am going to just stop what I'm doing because I'm clueless.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to turn and direct the dragon head to chop one of the Priscillas.
So go ahead and make your roll for this. You got the dragon head. You got immediate distance. I actually should have been tracking this. I probably should have given you an extra turn for that guy anyway on a couple turns, but that's fine. So you got the dragon head. I'm going to count the
supernatural knowledge for being
supernatural knowledge of
which
Any
is
effort?
a super awesome one. Yeah, I'm going to do a level of effort.
Got it.
It's a fucking 2. Come on, you guys are roll 19s like they're going out of style.
So I know I don't quite get that either. So the dragon's head is thrashing back and forth, and what it does do is it creates some cover, perhaps for others. And it occupies the 2 Priscillas as they try to avoid it and keep out of the way. So we have 3 other fellows, Murphy, Z, and TBD, that would like to go.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My action's really simple. I'm going to simultaneously move towards the Priscillas and also activate my Fury ability because I'm mad at them.
Okay. And what does Fury do?
It's just for 1 minute plus 2 damage to all melee attacks.
Oh, okay.
Action to initiate. So
all right.
I'm letting the rage take over and I'm closing the distance at the same time. That's my turn.
Got it. Oh, all right. So that's everything. So then TBD and Z.
Go for it,
I'm
Z.
going to try to recover from the poison.
Go ahead
Coatsworth.
and make your recovery roll.
That's an 11.
That is able to actually do it.
All right. So I kind of shake off the cobwebs and ready myself.
You feel ready for the next one. TBD?
Just 1 pantsman left, right? And then
That's what it looks
one
like.
Priscilla? 2 Priscillas?
2 Priscillas. 1 pantsman.
All right, I'm going to go after the pantsman.
Got it.
18.
That does actually hit. I'm assuming that all of those other effects are still in effect. It hits. What's the damage on him?
4.
That knocks him down. He's gone. So it's down to 1 pantsman at this point and 2 Priscillas. Now, the 2 Priscillas who have been trying to dodge the dragon here decide that they're going to
That was the last pantsman. That's just
no
Priscillas left.
pantsmen.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Sorry. I'm thinking of Coatsworths and pantsmans. I'm getting them all mixed up.
So there is a Coatsworth left.
Right. So
No, 1 Coatsworth got eaten by the dragon, 1 Coatsworth got shot in the back.
That's right.
Right.
So there's just 2 Priscillas left.
Perfect.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Sorry. I appreciate you keeping track. So we've got the 2 Priscillas left, and they're actually going to put their efforts on the dragon. So, James, can the dragon be damaged at all?
Nope, never.
I don't think so. It's phantasmal.
Yeah, I don't think
But
so.
it can. I mean, it can.
I think it actually can, if I read it right. It's like a level 4 monster or something like that.
Level 4 construct, and it can interact with physical things.
Right.
So I think it can be hurt.
Construct lasts for up to an hour until it is destroyed.
Yeah.
So yeah. Level 4 construct that deals 6 points of damage with its bite.
So level 4 means that essentially what you do with Cipher is you take level 4 and you multiply by 3, and then you sort of say, okay, that's the number of hit points that it has. So, however, in Cipher system, when 2 NPCs fight, you just take the levels, and then you see whichever one's higher, and the one that's higher wins the battle. So I'm going to say that at least wins the round. So damage total. And so that is out of 12 because you said it was level 4 times 3. Okay, so it's cut in half. So that takes up their turn. So it's now to you guys, and that tree is now coming down straight.
It's going to hit the boat?
It looks like it's heading right for the boat. And what you hear over the octocom? Well, now, my friends, what is it that I can do to help you fellas out?
Well, do you know how to drive a boat, Samuel Clemens?
No idea. I actually, to be honest, well, you may not know this, but I have driven a steamboat before. Do you need my assistance, perhaps?
Get to the conning tower.
Perhaps I could walk you through it like those old airplane movies. That might be faster.
While he's talking and doing this, I turn and have the dragon take another bite out of Priscilla.
Okay, go ahead and they'll fight it out, and all right. But he's talking to you right now. Do you need my assistance with?
I have pushed many levers and nothing is working.
No, my son. Take a look over there and tell me what you see. So just describe something. You describe what you see on the control panels.
There's a lot of brass and some nubs.
He walks you through it, and he tells you that you need to engage the clutch.
Okay, I engage the clutch.
He talks you through. Now, son, what exactly are you trying to do? Because one more lever flip and you're going to send that thing straight forward. Are you trying to destroy it?
We are going to drive this straight into the pier.
Straight into the... Well, all right then. You seem to know what you're doing. And he tells you the last thing to do in order to engage the engines.
I call it out over the octocom.
And you do it?
Yep.
So as soon as you throw that switch, as Priscilla is actually battling the dragon, the 2 Priscillas are knocked backward, and everybody on board the ship is knocked over in whatever direction they happen to be facing. As the ship launches as if it had been like a racehorse in a starting gate, just waiting to go. It launches and practically does like almost a wheelie as it continues forward and cuts into Commonwealth Pier. And you begin to hear the sounds of screaming. And then you realize it's not actually screaming. It's the superstructure of Commonwealth Pier as it runs against the bow of the ship. And then it continues to go forward, and you start to feel the ship edging ever upward. And all of you are just knocked flat. And when you're looking out on the deck, what you see are the Exi that are being pulled out of the cargo hold. And the FiERCE BRooD that are kind of acting as shepherds to basically to shepherd them along, all fall to the ground. They go all over the place as the ship continues forward, and now the screams are getting louder as actually the bow of the ship, the keel, is starting to come up on land, and it's cutting along rock, and it starts to tilt slightly because now you're no longer, say, in the water. And you can feel everything in the ship vibrating as above you this tree comes screaming down out and hovers over the deck of the ship not too far from all of these Exi, which are now splitting up into different directions, jumping over jumping off the deck, jumping onto Commonwealth Pier, all going out into Boston. And the Fierce Brood are scrambling now to get hold of them, but many of them are just heading out and gone. You guys have a turn.
I'm going to call out, we need an exit onto the tree.
I agree.
Do you fellas, you need a ride?
We would love a ride.
This thing's going to go over.
So the tree slows and kind of like turns, and then it comes in for a landing essentially, and it lands as a tree might. And the roots, however, are all hanging down low, and instead of actually coiling up underneath it, they begin to spread out as if forming some sort of a base for it to land. And the tree lands on board the deck there. And Priscilla is now sort of trying to make her way out, knocked against the dragon. Well, both Priscillas. What are you guys up to?
Let's tell Team Engine Room we're leaving via the tree.
Team Engine Room is...
already gone?
Yeah, they're gone.
All right, good.
I just call out, can we get a wormhole to the tree? Anything. We got to leave.
Well, do you want to kill these two Priscillas?
I direct the dragon to take a chomp.
There you go.
The dragon starts and is engaged with it again, and at this point, it looks like she's pretty occupied. Both of them are pretty occupied in the room.
I'm gonna see if I can get off of this thing onto the tree. Is that the escape route? We're getting onto the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can get onto a route. I'm very mentally exhausted because my intellect pool is down to 1, but my might and my speed pool are still active.
So you probably can't call up a wormhole now, right?
I cannot. I can't cast any spells at this point.
It would take you a couple minutes to run through these few levels and then get down onto the deck. What's that?
Anybody got any ciphers left?
I do. I have
nothing of any
adhesion.
real utility.
I am gonna. I reach out towards Z, and I am going to use stimulate. Let me make sure this does anything.
I like that. Is that going to essentially give him a boost?
Your next action is eased by 3 steps. So if you can even cast that.
What, to cast wormhole, you mean?
Yeah.
I can't because I don't have intellect pool. It costs, I think, 6 or 7.
Yeah, and you don't have enough.
And I only have 1. Yeah, it
and
costs
we've
6
used
intellect points.
Our action recovery.
Yeah, how often?
Yeah.
Free action. I mean,
once
I know we already
once a day, so you made
once per day. Yeah, so we don't. Yeah.
Well,
no, I'm pretty much spent on the.
Don't we just need to get down to the deck where the roots are?
It'll take you a couple minutes.
Well, we got nothing but time at this point.
Yeah, let the dragon fight the whatevers, the Priscillas, and we just make our way down.
Let's go.
So with that, you guys make your way down through, and when you come out onto the deck, you can smell the cool night air, and you are all like having a hard time kind of keeping your footing because the entire deck of the ship, the entire ship is starting to tilt and list.
We
and
really screwed
it's
up
now
Commonwealth.
come to slow down finally. It looks like it's not moving forward, but it is tilting. And what you see are dozens of Exi that appear to be jumping off the side of the ship. The Fierce Brood is doing their best to kind of get a hold of them. You see Team Engine Room that's coming up from behind, and they're climbing their way up the deck of the ship trying to get to you guys. They start filing past. They learn that, okay, that's the plan. We're getting on the tree. And they start filing onto it. And as this is happening, you can see, and you think you spot up in one of the branches. Is that Olivia and Samuel? Haley? Mr. Clemens? You're not really sure, but you think they're up there. And so you guys are just going to move into the tree and go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So piling on.
As we get into the tree, though, I kind of look back at the boat and then turn to Vesper. Nice driving.
And so with that, you start to pile in. But what you fail to take into account as the tree begins to lift off of the boat, and you look down below you, are the Exi that are now running through the streets. And the boat is just tilting off axis. And you step into this tree that you've been in before, and now it's surreal to be in here, but the walls now have windows, portholes almost, that show you all of Massachusetts on one side and then the Atlantic Ocean on the other. And as this happens, those same portholes start to distort. And you get that feeling that you're going into some sort of space-time, time-space bubble somewhere, and you're being transported back to Vagaver. And the last thing that you see, Vesper, as you look down at the ship, are quite a few representatives of the Clock Makers Union.
Tickets.
As they move in full force to arrest whoever it is that's been opening time-space portals unauthorized. And thus ends our episode.
That was awesome.
That was a great,
That was awesome.
epic conclusion.
I hope so. There are several mysteries that did not get cleared up.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. What about that slacker Langdon? He never showed up to give us any help.
He's probably getting arrested right now.
Langdon is probably, to be honest, Langdon is, well, for those of you, maybe we can do an epilogue. You meet Samuel Clemens, who shakes his head, looks down at all the Exi. Well, now, looks like there's going to be some explaining to do. Langdon told me that it was an emergency. I didn't know it was going to be a mess. And so with that, Langdon...
We got our reinforcements.
Waves. So, that is our epilogue. All 30 seconds of it. Just because our game has lasted entirely too long. I knew it would go a little longer, but it was a little too long.
That's all right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Season 1 of the Fierce Brood. If you've watched everything, or even if you've watched an episode or two, just an episode or two, thank you very much for that. We do appreciate it. We hope that you enjoyed what you saw. I want to say thank you very much to my players. They have been very good sports about this. They were hesitant. A few of them were hesitant about doing something like this. I had a lot of fun. I hope they had a lot of fun. We are, and I just want to say it's been great doing this with you guys. I really wouldn't have wanted to try this with anyone else. We are going to take a break for a while. We do have a one-shot coming up, and that's to be decided. It's going to be one of these Fridays coming up. I will, of course, announce that on the channel. And then we're going to sort of recollect ourselves and figure out what we want to do next. So we'll probably be back in late March or early April with another campaign. It may or may not be related to FiERCE BRooD. We're not really sure. We're going to sit down and talk about that. But for all of you out there that have been watching, even if you just watched one episode or just a few hours, thank you so much. And once again, I just want to say thank you very much to my players who have all been great sports, very patient about this. And I'm really, really excited about what you all did. Thank you very much. So everybody,